Okay,
How are we?
Hi.
let you know in 3 hours.
Thank you. As I say, ask me at the end of the meeting. So you're pegging it at 3. What's the over/under?
It'll be.
Three what?
He said 3 hours.
Oh, no.
Missed this one.
Leaves whenever he wants. Like he doesn't.
Oh yeah? No broken today?
I don't know, but I'm like, I ain't walking all the way over there.
Yeah.
It's not posted. Ever.
Hey, how are you? All right.
Like they keep having a lot of questions. The one was like you were saying. Because how's that one?
August 20th. Nice. Across from there, closing down. That's what I was wondering. Like,
You like it?
everybody. Because even like, because if you have like a rental on Friday, you can check it Saturday. If they have one Friday.
The other question she had was because that's what she was like, and that's not fulfilling on her.
I'm Brody. You're still here?
I have to get up like 8 times.
Brody's not here.
You can have that front seat.
Oh yeah, you need the close one on mine too. See, we're just looking out for everybody.
I've stopped doing presentations. like to welcome everybody out to Roy City Council meeting for June 17th, 2025. The time is now 5:30. I want to recognize and welcome that we have Councilmember Paul with us tonight, Councilmember Scadden, Councilmember Wilson, Councilmember Jackson, and Councilmember Saxton. We've asked Councilmember Scadden if you'll go ahead and lead us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Randy?
You'll please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. If you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, Council. We do have some consent items, specifically the City Council meeting minutes from May 6th and May 20th, and then the April 2025 financial statements. Any comments or questions on the consent items?
In regards to the minutes, there are a few changes that have already been submitted to Brittany.
Okay, thank you. On the consent items, anybody else before I make comment? On the financial statements, Amber, and I think me and Matt were able to work out, we're reporting in the document 10 months into the fiscal year, and yet we know for whatever reason, and this is your accounting stuff, the sales tax revenue is still showing us about $2.7 million behind. And then the discussion then is that everything is 2 months behind that. So maybe you can help us and anybody else who might be listening, just a little bit about why sales tax revenue is not catching up on the document.
So for sales tax revenue, the companies have 30 days to report their taxes to the state, and then the state has 30 days to remit them to us. So we receive them 2 months behind. So we still need to receive about 4 months of sales tax, and we will catch those up at the end of the year. We do a bunch of adjusting entries to get all those up. So I've been watching it. We are still about right on target to meet our budgeted revenue. Okay,
great. So when you look at that, and we're at 83% through the year, and yet it shows only about 67% in terms of the revenue. The reason is for what Amber just explained. And then the only other one, and we think we might know this one, we're talking about the expenditure side in terms of the other areas, specifically Brandon's part of this. And it shows that transportation, well, it shows the Class C road funds are sitting at about 41% of expensed, and yet we're 83% through the year. So we're really about a little over $1 million behind on that. And then the big one that caught my attention, me and Matt discussed this one pretty heavily, and you can hopefully confirm that, the transportation infrastructure, it basically says we've only expended 2.8% so far this year. That means we got roughly almost $4 million that hasn't been expended. Help us with that, and I think it might tie us to what's happening on 6,000.
Yes. So for the Class C road funds, we receive 6 payments throughout the year. Each payment is for 2 months. They are also delayed because the state has to collect it and then remit them to us. We typically receive the 5th payment in June and the 6th payment in September. So the September payment is still for May and June. They're just really, really delayed. So we still have probably 3 payments to receive for Class C roads. It's just really late, but we're always right on target with what we have budgeted. And then in the Transportation Infrastructure Fund, they have about 4 or 5 projects that they are doing, and they are all receiving grants from the state. We initially thought that we would receive all of the funding for the grants and we would pay all of the expenditures out of our funds. But what's happening is the state is just giving the money to UDOT, and then UDOT is just billing us for our portion of what we would have to pay. So instead of us having all of the revenue and all of the expenses, we're just going to have the net piece, which is actually pretty small. And now that we know that, it's correctly budgeted for next year, so it will look better next year.
And surprisingly, with the development that's happening on 6,000, where we're putting a new roundabout in, and there are quite a lot of money involved with that. Is that going to be expensed this year, or is it actually going to fall into after 1 July? Because
It
the
will probably
project's not.
be a little bit of both because we
Okay.
have to expense it at the time the work is performed, and I believe it's 60 days on the project, right? So for everything that's done in June, we will expense in June, and then everything after that, we will expense next year. So
Next
that
year.
project is budgeted in both years. So
Okay.
those projects are hard to do.
Okay. Just if you can, if you have questions relative to this data that we get, you might want to look at it, check it, make sure you feel comfortable with it. But when you see like 2.8% expended in expenditures, and you're thinking, my head, well, you only got 2 months left, and you got almost $4 million, you might want to just ask the question, make sure Amber gives you a pretty good clear. I wanted to make sure that anybody is following that she provides that response. Thank you, Amber. Okay, any other comments, questions on the consent items, council? Okay, hearing none then, do I have a motion then to approve the consent items?
So moved.
With the exceptions,
Go ahead.
with the small changes to the minutes, please.
Okay,
And I'll
so we have,
second that.
we have a approval on the consent item with the changes that were forwarded to Brittany. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Diane. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. The consent items are approved. Thank you. This is our public comment period. Let me just qualify this if I can. We have a number of public hearings that's going to take place tonight. If you're here to want to talk about the property tax, the whole property tax and budget's going to be, there's a public hearing for that. If you want to basically talk about a variety of other things, that's all the public hearings, and that should be on your announcement. There's a separate hearing for each one of those. You can certainly talk about anything you want to talk about at that mic when we go to public comment. But at this moment, I'm not sure we're going to talk back or provide responses during public comment. That's your 4 minutes. Say whatever you want to say, whatever you think is important. Anything that's on the agenda or anything else. Just recognize that the public hearing portion of this meeting, and there's a number of public hearings, that's also an opportunity to focus only on that particular topic. And so if you come to want to talk about resolutions or you want to talk about certain things that's going to be called out, may I suggest you consider coming up to the mic and sharing your ideas on those topics, okay, as we get into them. Otherwise, it's now public comment period, and if you're thinking you'd like to talk a little bit about some of the things that's coming up, particularly things like some discussion on building height, which we're going to bring up a little later in the meeting. You want to talk about some of the proposed ordinance changes that are being considered in certain developments. Public comment period is a perfect time to step up and talk and offer your thoughts, or as I stated, anything else you want to talk about. So with that, public comments, I only ask one question. Give us your name, give us your address, and watch the clock. We got a lot of people who want to speak tonight, so please. Thank you. Name and address.
Hi, I'm Bryant McMillan, and I'm at 4614 West Park Drive, next to the new Rail Runner development. And I came out breathing fire the last couple times, and I'm going to kind of turn it down a bit this time. I'm a respect is earned kind of guy, and I came in pretty frustrated after a few months of not hearing responses from city officials. And the last couple of city meetings, we've had a lot better response, and I definitely wanted to thank you all for that. We've seen some recent changes in our neighborhood that has been made to divert construction traffic to the north side of our neighborhood, and that has helped immensely in keeping our families and our kids safe. It's a great temporary resolution, but I have no illusions that this is a temporary solution and it's just a Band-Aid. It doesn't solve any long-term problems. But I wanted to thank you for considering the safety of our children and our residents and buying us some time. We're not going to go away yet, though. We're going to need a little bit more than that. A long-term solution's what's necessary. My neighbors and I don't have unreasonable expectations. We're not asking for you to stop construction altogether or halt things that have already been built. We're asking today to please stop further phases of development in the neighborhood, at least until full impacts of the current expansion can be assessed. allowing time for new residents to move in, observing traffic patterns, monitoring access, etc., improving infrastructure, ensure that both north and south routes are functional and safe. And in the meantime, implement traffic calming measures like signage, speed humps, whatever it takes to make it more livable and safe. My two sons here, they just love playing, and we encourage them not to play in the street. Of course, I think all parents do that. Tell them, don't play in the street, look both ways. And my 4-year-old Ewan, he's really good at looking both ways. He remembers most of the time, and he even reminds his friends, hey, look both ways. But occasionally he sees something that just across the street, the neighbor across the street gets excited to show him something, and he just bolts, and it's just something that happens with children. We teach them the best that we can, but there's certain things that are out of our control, and we're asking for whatever safety measures to make it more safe, because we realize this is going to bring hundreds and hundreds of more vehicles on our one singular entrance road into our neighborhood. Our concerns are greater than our property values or the views from our windows. Our concerns are the many children that live in the neighborhood. They have to worry about hundreds upon hundreds of speeding cars that are using the neighborhood as a highway to get to the new development. We worry about how both access points to our neighborhood are blocked when trains are present and prevent police and first responders and residents from accessing our neighborhood. And we're also concerned for our own livelihoods as daily traffic, it makes it difficult to access our neighborhood. A few months ago, one of my neighbors and I dropped in on a city planner and had a discussion, and I asked if there were any other neighborhoods in the city that had hundreds of residents only able to access their home by a single road, and he said no. He mentioned that the traffic study indicated that it was allowed, though, and the development was legal, but just because something's legal or allowed doesn't make it right. Legal limitations only do so much to protect residents in this case, and they're not doing much because short of building skyscrapers, the development plans really could not have crammed much more into such a small, inaccessible area. And I just wanted to thank you guys for your time. Thank you for the attention that you've given us so far, and just wanted to close with that.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else like to share a thought? Any topic? Name and address. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Ty Chaston, 3751 West, 5575 South. I'm glad that the 10-story buildings, as mentioned in Ordinance 25-2, is on the agenda again so that more public discussion can take place on the record and in the sunlight of everything that's occurring. The recent referendum attempt was successful in getting the mayor and the city council to reconsider whether or not 10-story buildings are appropriate in the downtown east district of Royce City. I read Mayor Dandoid's worksheet that is part of tonight's packet with interest. He gets many things correct, including that so far there have been no formal applications that would make a change to the previous zoning ordinance needed. Like the mayor, I believe it is unclear why the Planning Commission elected to recommend an increase in the building height limit. He is also correct in noting that the referendum sponsors are against 10 stories on the east side of 1900 West. However, he is incorrect in assuming how many stories the referendum sponsors and those signing the referendum would prefer. According to the mayor, the residents who signed the referendum believe that the 10 stories are too high. The real issue with the referendum is focused on the 10 stories. I would like to note that not only is it the only issue we had as a referendum sponsors were allowed to address was the 10 stories approved by the city council. As one of the 8 referendum sponsors, I have never been asked by the city how many stories I believe the appropriate, what are appropriate in this area. I would like to note that prior to the city council's March 18th vote, the height limit for both downtown east and downtown west districts were the same. I personally think that they should continue to be the same allowed height of 6 stories on both sides of 1900 West. The council did well in rejecting the Planning Commission's original recommendation of 12 stories. And the council would do well tonight, and likewise rejecting the mayor's proposed 8 stories. I do feel the city council's vote to adjust and allow height from feet to stories was appropriate, and the mayor recommended leaving height limits as is in the downtown west and the downtown general areas. I do not understand why he wants to increase the limits at all in the downtown east district and not leave it as is like the other 2 districts. I believe in property rights as long as they don't infringe upon the public's health, safety, and welfare. Increasing building heights on 1900 West from 6 to 8 or 10 stories has a potential of harm to the public. There must be room for proper ingress, egress, which we just heard, snow removal, snow storage, trash removal, and parking not only for multifamily residents, but their guests and mixed use retail patrons as well. I simply don't think there's enough room for all of that anywhere on the east side of 1900 West. I agree with the mayor when he said that the worksheet that most of the area of the downtown east district is too small to allow for 8-story buildings. From the input I have received in the last few months, I don't believe Roy residents want to see their city change so drastically. Along with Council Member Brian Saxton, I believe that building height expectations should be done on a case-by-case basis via development agreement. That way, each application can be considered for its own merits without changing the entire downtown area. And I'll have to quit. I was gonna talk a little bit more about what's going on, like what the gentleman just spoke about. And it was a lot about just the egress, ingress, and safety and health of the well-being of the people that are living there.
Okay, thank you.
Traffic can be taken care of.
Okay, anybody else like to share a thought? Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Allie Welch. I live at 4748 South West Park Drive. I'm also here to talk about the Rail Runner townhomes. I'm here tonight as a mom, a military wife, and someone who really loves our neighborhood. My husband's away on military orders right now, so I'm here with my baby, even though this season of life is a little bit chaotic, but this is an important issue to me, so I'm here to show up. Like many of my neighbors, I'm really concerned about the Rail Runner townhome development and the decision to have the only access point for those rentals be through our existing neighborhood entrance on 4800 South. Traffic through that entrance is already fast and dangerous. Drivers come over the railroad tracks and down the hill with very little time to slow down before turning into our neighborhood. There's a home right at the corner with a driveway that's constantly in the line of fire, and even from where I live, 4 houses in, I see close calls and near accidents all the time. It's actually pretty scary. And once you're inside the neighborhood, the only exit forces you into a right turn across a pedestrian walkway. We've already had people hit at that walkway, which is terrible. It just doesn't make sense to funnel even more cars through that same setup, especially not when we're talking about large rental development with who knows how many more vehicles coming in and out every day. This isn't just about my home or my driveway. I'm really worried about what this will do to the safety and quality of life for everyone here, especially the young families, the older residents, the kids who ride their bikes and walk to school. Our road wasn't built to handle this kind of traffic. I think what most of us are asking for is pretty simple. If they're gonna build Rail Runner and complete it and have people move in, then give it its own access point of 4000 South. That would reduce the risk, relieve pressure on our street, and protect both communities. And honestly, if they believe our little road can handle all that extra traffic, then surely 4000 South could too, with the right planning. In a perfect world, I would actually love to see the neighborhoods completely separated with just an emergency gate connecting us if needed. It just doesn't seem fair to place the burden of a high-traffic rental development on a quiet residential road that already has safety concerns. I also want to be honest about another worry, one that's hard to talk about, but with my husband gone often for military service, I feel very vulnerable at times. So adding a high-density rental next to us raises a lot of concerns for me about my safety and crime and security. I know that's not always a popular thing to say, but it's how I feel, and I know I'm not the only one who feels that way. We're not asking to stop the project, we're asking to do it right, to put safety first, to make sure we're not creating more problems than solutions. Please don't move forward without a better plan for traffic and access. Our families, our homes, and our peace of mind are worth protecting. Thank you for your time, and thanks for all you do for the city.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else like to share a thought? Any topic?
Cindy Wyndham, 4152 Lily Drive.
Cindy, can you pull that down just a little bit? We want to make sure we hear you. Thank you.
Hi again. She talked about putting an exit or an egress on 4,000. I believe there was a time last year when it was only 30 feet, and the people of the Kwanzaa Hut said, don't you take our property, because eminent domain was discussed. They weren't wanting to sell any of them. Well, so far, that 281 home rental, 3-story high, travesty rail run they have paved that 30-foot wide road area, paved it, traffic going back and forth. For a week last week, they had dug it up and were redoing some underground things, and so there wasn't traffic. But starting this week, traffic is up again, and it is literally at the train tracks. There's the muffler shop, and then there's the train tracks. So the discussion about putting an exit on 4,000 so that there's 2 exits is as dangerous as the exit on 4,800. As I and my daughter drove through there, I noticed there were 2 that went down into the Lorelei Home Division that fed into a neighborhood. And I'm sure that neighborhood, and I'm not sure if that's the one they're talking about or the one that's straight off of 4,800, but in either case, you're putting 281 units, which is over almost 500 cars. Would you like that? Would you like that? Would you like that? I'm looking at, I know where most all of you live. Would you like that to come down on your neighborhood? 500 cars, rental, on the railroad tracks, literally, 16, 20 feet from the railroad track. Who's going to rent there? And the chief, if he's here, he will tell you, high-density rental brings high-density crime. Those of us who live in that area are furious, and we say thank you.
Okay, thank you for the input. Anybody else like to share a thought? Any topic? Name and address.
I'm Aaron Albright, a resident of 43 years in Roy City. Obviously, I like it here. I wouldn't still be here. I'd move somewhere else, like maybe West Haven or something, but like everybody else. No. Anyway, my address is 3690 West, 5850 South in Roy. I hope I'm doing this at the right time. My biggest concern, I was here last week or so in the meeting about taxes and about raises and about the budget. I am a little concerned about it. I know that things have to run, and they have to run on taxes, and they have to have money and stuff like that, but we have to remember that our citizens here at Roy are our employers for you guys that work for the city. You work for us. And in my opinion is sometimes I think we forget that. We forget that you people work for us. And my past employers I've had in the past, if we had a budget problem or if we couldn't afford certain things, they cut things out. They either laid people off, they reduced our workforces, they cut down things that we used to do. They found ways around it. And likewise, people on Social Security and fixed income just can't go to the Social Security and say, hey, I've really been bad this year on my budget. I've had a shortfall. I want more money. You can't do that. We can't do that as citizens. And one mayor of mine had come up to me the other day, and it took a minute for me to think about this. He said, you know, Darren, he says, we're just ATMs for Roy City. I said, what do you mean? I had to think about that for a minute. He says, well, it's kind of like this. When these guys want something or more money, they just go punch in a number and they get more money out of us. And so I am speaking in behalf of many citizens that can't afford raising taxes every year. And the problem is we have no solutions. Every year, the same thing. We're going to raise taxes. We have to raise taxes. What are we doing to fix the problem of our taxes being raised every year? Are we having any solutions? I don't see many solutions. I see that as I start reading the stats of Roy City, we're losing people. And because us losing people, we continue to hire employees and stuff, and the numbers go up. I'm kind of not understanding that, and I'm trying to figure that out. But if I were to do that in my own household, if I were to take and have a shortfall, I can't go ask for more money from my employer. He'd tell me to pound sand and hit the road. And I think sometimes we have to think about that as employees. And I know you guys have done a great job for Roy City. I've loved Roy City. I totally enjoy it. My children are all raised in Roy City. My children still live in Roy City, some of them. And so I want to stay here, and I don't want to have to move because there's no solution or problem solving on how we can fix this problem. We can fix it. We don't have to keep raising taxes. I think there's ways around that, and I think it's your responsibilities as employees of this city to take care of your employer, which would be us, the citizens of Roy. And again, like I said, I'm grateful for what you guys done, and it's kind of like basically it's like a relationship. If you want a good relationship, there's give and take. I think sometimes we take more than we give. I think we're being taken, and I think sometimes the people that live in Roy City are saying, hey, yeah, why don't they give a little bit? Why do they keep taking from us every year? But in a good relationship, you have to have a little give and take. I think sometimes people have to tighten their belts up and say, well, I hate to see layoffs. I hate to see people get cut back on overtime. I hate to see those things. I don't like it. But sometimes we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, hey, these people have problems too. They can't just ask for more money when they want it. And I just hope you guys think about what I've said, and I hope you guys make choices and you work on a solution or a problem for raising taxes. I'm tired of it. I pay more taxes now almost than I paid for my first house payment and interest. It's just every month. And it's kind of getting crazy. And I think that there's ways around it, and I think you guys need to look into it. And thank you for your time, and thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else like to share a thought? Okay, name and address.
Richard Dunlap, 4623 Trailside Drive. I'm also here again about the rail runner development, and you guys are in an unenviable position to mitigate this, to work it out. But it is, along with some of the other people that have been speaking today, I have big concerns about how we're going to handle the traffic that's going to be going on 4800 South, and apparently, 4,000. What is a good solution? I would just have you entertain the thought of maybe capping this at right now, and we've been through. We're looking at opening up phase 3. I would recommend highly against that, and then let's phase 4 and so on. I don't think are going to be good ideas going forward. They're going to just cause so much more problem. I know that those things are being considered for down the road, but I don't see how that's going to work at all. So I would just want to reiterate the stress that it's going to cause on our neighborhood, and not just our neighborhood, like other people have said. It's going to cause so much more congestion. We've had accidents. We've had people hit in the crosswalk. It is going to cause so much pain, so much trouble going forward. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to share a thought? Okay, thank you for the input. We do take this very seriously, and so having public engagement on important issues is important to us, and I tried to make sure we document that. And Matt, me, and Brody go ahead and walk through these comments each month and each week that we have the meetings, and certainly try to look for best solutions. So thank you for the input. We certainly will work this. Okay, having done that, and we got through that process, we do have a number of public hearings. And like public hearings, I just ask you, if you would, as we go into that, if you'd like to speak, come up to the mic. You have your 4 minutes to share whatever you'd like to share related to that particular public hearing, and try to keep us focused on the topic. Once we get through the public hearing portion, then we sit down with the council right here in this public meeting, and we will go into some discussion and hopefully draw a conclusion in terms of the direction we're going to go. So I'd like to begin, if I can, in terms of Resolution 25-5. I think, Amber, you're going to lead us in this particular public hearing process. So go ahead and lead us, and then I'll take for a motion to go into a public hearing.
Thank you. It's actually Resolution 25-15.
Oh, I'm sorry, 15. Yep, you're right.
Okay, so this is on the current year's budget, fiscal year 2025. As this year's almost finished, we have a few final adjustments proposed to amend the budget. You received a full listing of the changes proposed in your packets. The overall effect on the general fund budget will be an increase in revenues and expenses of $1,178,154. The majority of this will come from transfers to the capital project fund. $500,000 is being transferred from the sale of vehicles that we received this year, and this will go towards the purchase of next year's vehicles. Up to another $500,000 comes from a possible transfer to the capital projects fund from any surplus the general fund has at the end of this year, and we use that money to fund next year's capital purchases. The capital projects fund will receive revenues of $1,018,800. They will increase expenses $18,800, and the remaining of up to $1 million will be reserved for next year's capital purchases. That was for the irrigation timers. We received some, that was in the budget, but we received some rebates, and so we used that to put back into the project and got more irrigation timers. The water and sewer fund will increase revenues and expenses $200,000 related to depreciation expense. The solid waste utility fund will increase revenues and expenses by $200,000 for additional contract expenses. And the risk management fund will increase revenues and expenses by $30,000 for claims and reimbursements occurring during the year. We recommend that you receive public input and then consider approval of Resolution 25-15.
Okay. Thank you, Amber. Council, with that then, do I have a motion to go into a public hearing to address Resolution 25-15?
So moved.
Diane, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed, say nay. Hearing none, we'll go into a public hearing. If you have a comment relative to this particular resolution, please stand up to the mic, share your name and address, and tell us what you think. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go for a motion then to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we are out of a public hearing on Resolution 25-15. Council, comments, questions for Amber or among yourselves? Okay, let me, I think you may have explained it to me. I did create a little attention, Amber, for me, when you basically said the transfer from the general fund and the capital projects, and you're moving that back into fund balance. Help me understand, I heard the second one, but I need a little clarification, the first $500,000. Where did that come from?
The sale of vehicles, is that the one? Okay, so each year as we sell vehicles, they've just been received into the general fund, the money comes in, and then we transfer that over to capital projects because that's where we purchase them out of. So it's kind of a revolving door.
For the benefit of the residents, both watching and are here, could you just very simply make sure we understand exactly what we're doing? Because I've had people asking, why are we always driving these brand new F-150s? And it's an interesting conversation, but I think for clarity, could you help us understand how we got that $500,000?
Yes, so the market right now for used vehicles is so good that as we buy them, we can sell them for almost the same price as we bought them for, and it saves the city from having to do maintenance on the vehicles. For example, you don't have to buy tires, you don't have to really do oil changes. We always have brand new vehicles. We're not doing maintenance on them. And we have received $500,000 in revenue from the vehicles, and we have like $450 budgeted next year to spend on new ones. So it is just paying for the rotation of the vehicles that we have to buy each year, and we don't have to pay for the maintenance.
Okay. And I think you know this, Council, but I'll just reiterate what Amber just said. Because we buy them in fleet stock from the state, we get a really good discount on those brand new vehicles every year. And we're able to turn those back in that year, and literally in most cases doesn't cost us a dime except maybe fuel or maybe a tire or two. It seems to be paying literally for itself every year on most of the vehicles. I do not believe, of course, police officer vehicles and fire department vehicles are included, but certainly with Parks and Rec, Public Works, other administration operations, it seems to be working out pretty darn good.
Yeah, for most of them, we've been able to make money on doing it this way, and it saves the city from the maintenance costs, so it works
Yeah.
out well.
Okay. That was my big question. I wanted to make sure I understood of that 500,000. Thank you, Amber. Any other comments or questions for Amber?
I had a quick question. So on the sale of those vehicles, what's the time frame from a time like the car is not in service anymore to the time that it gets sold? Is there a time to say, get that out there on the market?
So these ones we've been doing within a year. We buy it and sell it within, so we buy it 1 year, we sell it the next year. So it's a revolving 1-year door. I think, have you had pretty good turnaround from when you put them up for sale?
Yeah, I mean, plus or minus, probably a month to 2 months.
Okay.
It's kind of slowing down. It was going really well for the last few years. It is slowing down a little bit, but we're still doing pretty good on it.
Okay,
Thank you.
good question. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, council?
No, I just remember I've had people talk to me about the nice trucks that Roy said he drives too. So I did ask Matt that question. And he said we could buy the low-end trucks and then you don't get the highest resale value for them. Like if you buy one that's not as nice, you get the maximum benefit and the most money of a nicer truck so that you rotate them out. And if you buy something that's, not as good, and then to where we get the discount too. So,
Yeah, to put it in simple terms, we're just buying and flipping vehicles
Right.
year over year, and we're
Right.
making money off of it, just like a
Yeah.
flipper would do. So.
right.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Okay. No other comments, questions? I will ask for a motion then to approve Resolution 25-15, which is a resolution of the Roy City Council approving adjustments to the fiscal year 2025 budget.
So
So-
moved.
Okay. Thank you, Sophie. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Scadden,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Okay, thank you, council. Resolution 25-15 is approved. We now move to Resolution 25-16, a resolution of the Roy City Council approving enterprise fund transfer. Amber, you're going to lead us in the conversation on this one.
Okay. The purpose of this public hearing is to present an accounting of how the money in the enterprise funds is used to cover administrative overhead costs in the general fund attributable to the operations of the enterprise funds and receive public input on the proposed transfers. Roy City's General Fund, Information Technology Fund, and Risk Management Funds provide administrative, clerical, maintenance, and other support to the city's enterprise utility funds. These personnel include the city manager, city recorder, city attorney, legal and risk management staff, public works director and staff, management services director, and accounting, payroll, human resources, and utility billing staff, IT professionals, and equipment operators. These positions are split between the general fund and the utility enterprise funds. The money transferred from the utility enterprise funds are proportional to the amount of time these positions spend working on the utility enterprise funds. Roy City does not transfer any money for costs not associated with the operations of the utility funds, of the enterprise funds. The amount of the proposed transfers in the FY 2026 budget are $1,246,427 from the Water and Sewer Utility Fund to cover administrative support from the General Fund, IT, and Risk Management Fund. $178,286 from the Stormwater Fund to cover administrative support from the General Fund. $7,447,000 from the Stormwater Utility Fund to cover clerical and labor support from the Water and Sewer Fund. $307,664 from the Solid Waste Utility Fund to cover administrative support from the General, IT, and Risk Management Funds. $19,525 from the Solid Waste Utility Fund to cover clerical and labor support from the Water Fund, and $2,575 from the Solid Waste Utility Fund to cover labor provided by the Stormwater Utility Fund. That's for the dumpster program. In addition to these administrative cost transfers, this year the Water and Sewer Utility Fund will also transfer up to $569,000 for the gain on a parcel of land that is in the process of being sold. The Water Fund purchased this land in 2011 for a future water well site. In previous council meetings, it was decided to sell this land for additional city development. The original cost of the land will remain in the Water Fund, and the gain received from the sale will be transferred to the general fund. We recommend that the City Council receive public input on these enterprise fund transfers and consider approval of proposed Resolution 25-16 to transfer monies from the water and sewer, stormwater, and solid waste utility enterprise funds.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Okay, do I have a motion then to go into a public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we are now in a public hearing. Entertain any comments relative to Resolution 20-16, which is the transfer of funds, okay, for the enterprise fund itself. Any comments, thoughts? Okay, seeing none, then do I have a motion then to go out of public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we are out of public hearing. Council, discussions, questions, or comments relative to Resolution 25-16?
I did have a question in regards to the sale of the land and the timing of that and how that impacts, because sometimes we're anticipating using it or not using it. Maybe you can just review that.
So I'm not sure the timing of the sale of the land, when that will be. If we don't receive it in the next fiscal year, we'll have to make budget adjustments next year for that.
Okay. And then it goes into enterprise and then into general fund.
Yes, so because it was initially bought by the water fund, it's going to come back into the water fund, and then the cost of the land will stay in the water fund, and any additional that we receive on top of the cost would be transferred.
Thank you.
Yep. Are you okay with that, Diane, that response? And at this moment, Council, if you remember, we gave the contractor an extension. We're still within that extension window for them to come back and finalize an approval in terms of the cost to purchase that land out there by the train station. Okay, any other comments, questions for Amber? Okay, hearing and seeing none then, do I have a motion to approve Resolution 25-16, which is the resolution of the Roy City Council approving enterprise funds transfers?
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Diane. This is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Scadden.
Aye.
Okay, resolution 25-16 is approved. Thank you, council. Now we're going to have a public hearing dealing with resolution 25-17. This is a resolution of the Roy City, Utah, adopting a tentative budget for Roy City for the fiscal year from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th of 2026. And providing in that the resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption and deposit with the city recorder. Amber, go ahead and talk. I suspect a number of people would have an interest in this particular resolution. Please.
Yes, 25-17, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, the fiscal year 2026 budget was presented to the council on May 6th with a total general fund budget of $28,522,710. We held a budget work session on June 3rd, and I now present to you Resolution 25-17 to adopt a tentative budget and proceed with a truth and taxation hearing in August to discuss a possible increase in property tax revenue. The budget proposed May 6th included a property tax increase of $750,000 or 14.72% in the general fund. Since this meeting, we have determined an increase of $450,000 or 8.77% is needed to balance the budget as proposed. This increase would amount to $3.13 per month or $37.54 per year on the average household. In the previous work session, we discussed the need for wage adjustments throughout the city. Any increase above 8.77% could go towards implementing a salary survey. Each 1% increase will generate approximately $51,000 in revenue. That equals about 36 cents per month or $4.32 per year on the average household. So if you could figure that out from the 1%, how much you would consider. Any changes to the current proposed budget can be added by resolution to be made part of the tentative budget. A final budget will be adopted after the Truth in Taxation hearing held August 19th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the Roy City Council chambers. A proposed tax rate must be submitted to Weber County by June 22nd. The amount of the increase will need to be added to the resolution tonight, and the final vote and budget approval in August can be for less than this proposed increase, but not more. In the Water and Sewer Utility Fund, a 5% water rate increase, or approximately $1.26 per month, was proposed due to the increase from Weber Basin Water. And a $5 per month sewer rate increase was proposed, half due to the increase from North Davis Sewer and the other half for our own increased costs. These rate increases will need to be approved tonight so we can begin billing in July. We recommend you receive public input and then consider approval of Resolution 25-17. I do need to make two changes to the resolution. The first is the date in paragraph 3 where it states the tentative budget and public hearing was held on June 17th. That should be 2025, not 2024. And then Weber County previously gave us a certified tax rate, but that rate has since been removed and we are now waiting for the certified rate. So that will be filled in as soon as we receive it from Weber County.
Thank you. And thanks for finding that whereas statement in the resolution. That date was just off a little bit. Okay, Council, just for clarification, let's make sure we understand what we just heard. To meet the budget, it initially started out as $750,000 deficit. That's what the budget document stated. They're able to acquire and find $300,000. So the number today is a need to get the balanced budget is $450,000. To get that budget balanced, it's going to basically have to come by two means: either cut expenses or do a property tax increase of roughly 9%. I think he used 8.7%. It also included, and you need there was some water rate increase that took place by Weber Basin. That's going to add, as she stated, $1.26 per month increase. And I believe it's also, I think I calculated that up to about $15 a year increase in the water rate. There is also within that budget, for clarification, North Davis Sewer District is coming in with roughly a 5% or maybe a little bit more, 8% increase. They're asking for $2.50 per month increase to deal with the North Davis Sewer District requirements. With that, Public Works is indicating they need to attach a $2.50 per month increase to deal with the sewer line changes that they need. So the total requirement then is roughly about $60 between the two increase in the rates that will take place per year per resident. Let me just remind you as we discuss all of this, because it's relevant. Last year, we had the similar conversation, and we raised, we needed to raise the rates, and it equated to about $186 a year increase on our residents, a little bit more or less based on businesses. And so we're talking literally with just what's in the budget, not talking about the property tax increase proposal. We're talking about at least $75 this year increase in terms of just providing utilities. And last year we asked them for $186,000, last year. That's a sizable increase per year of monies that we've asked just to be able to live in their home. And so just recognize that this is another $75 added on to last year's amount. Now, with that, I'm going to take a motion then to go into public hearing. What Amber needs tonight, and so there's no question, and Matt, make sure we're on the same path here between the two of you. There are certain things they have to basically get started that's in the budget. If we approve the budget tonight as written, then we have time to go ahead and get those implemented, because some of those happen in 1 July. And they need the approval. So it's a tentative budget, Amber, but it's a tentative budget primarily for the purposes of getting the things that we need to get started now, recognize the final budget will not happen until the 19th, I think you said, of August, during a dedicated truth and taxation meeting where the final budget will come to pass and the property tax rate will be set. Hopefully, you'll have the information needed from Weber County, okay, to be able to tell us exactly. I know they got some issues down there and they're working through those. So this budget we're talking about, in part, needs to be approved tonight so we can get the things moving we have to move now to be ready going into the next year. Remember, the next fiscal year is 1 July. And we won't meet, okay, really another city council meeting until after the first of the fiscal year. And so this is important meeting to get some of the things we can get started. But we don't deal with the property tax increase issue until it's approved in sometime in August, specifically the 19th. Okay, does that create enough confusion for you?
Yep, clear as mud.
Okay, so we got it clear as mud. So with that then, council, I need a motion then to go into public hearing. If I get a motion to go into public hearing and I need that, then I will ask you if you have a question relative to the budget, then please step up to the mic, give us your name and address, and you got 4 minutes to share your thoughts, okay? So with that, do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Diane. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay. We are now in a public hearing. If you have some comments relative to next year's budget, please step up to the mic, give us your name and address, please. Thoughts? Comments?
Council, citizens,
Name and address.
Leon Wilson at 4302 South, 2675 West in Roy here. It's been said that I'm tight with money. It's also been said that I can squeeze a nickel out of a penny. I don't know if that's true, but I must admit I've tried. I don't know how many people who eat more Sam's Club hot dogs than me. My point is, I'm as frugal as any person I've ever met. I don't have to be, I just am. It's just the way I've been raised. It's human nature to be selfish, to get something for nothing or get the best deal. The average homeowner in Roy pays $1 a day for services that the city renders. As conservative as I am, I must say that's cheap for what we're getting for our buck. However, do I believe some salaries are bloated? Sure, it seems like that. But overall, $1 a day for city service is cheap. To be sensitive to people who are impoverished and unable to afford an increase in city taxes, there needs to be and are programs to aid in that relief. Next thought, new paragraph. The Roy Fire Department has had a 70% turnover in employees over the last 3 years. The majority of those employees moved on for better wages. I could ask, but won't, how many of these firemen, well, why don't we? How many of these firemen are under 5 years? Stand up. How many of these guys back here are under 5 years service? Okay, thank you very much. I have a good friend who, for years, worked as a manager for a sporting goods store, and when I bring up the turnover issue, his response is that turnover is a given. However, my response to that is twofold. There's a greater loss losing an employee where thousands of dollars and years of training have been invested as opposed to employees who don't require the same level of investment to perform their job. And two, there's considerable difference in the level of risk and liability to self and others when comparing retail staff to public safety employees. So can we expect turnover in employment? Absolutely. But do we have but to have 70% turnover in professional employees where so much has been invested is untenable. We want to retain the best employees and pay them enough to stay. My last point. Oh gosh. Recently, the city sold some ground owned for over, that the city owned for over $500,000. It concerns me that some are considering spending that money to help pay for salaries. Why should it concern me to use the money from one-time sale to meet ongoing yearly expenses? Here's some free advice. My experience is short-term solutions lead to long-term problems. A Band-Aid won't meet the need for surgery. Spending one-time money this year, knowing that we're going to need that same amount and more next year, is only going to create a problem for the mayor and the council next year. Bigger problems.
Thank you.
You can only pull so many rabbits out of the hat.
Thank-
The city has limited property for sale.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else like to share a thought? No other thoughts, huh? Okay. Then council, then do I have a motion to go out of public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Sophie. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed, say nay. Hearing none, we're out of public hearing. Council, do you have comments, thoughts on the issue with next year's budget?
Well, I want to kind of echo what Leon said, because I have met with our fire chief on many occasions, and just spoke to him again last night. And we do spend thousands of dollars, same with the policemen, to train them and then have them turn around and go to other cities for a better pay. It's just such a different thing than working in any other part of the city. As a fireman and a policeman, you build relationships with these people, and you want to make sure that they have your back when it comes to a fire or a shooting or anything. And firemen, it's like on-the-job training. Every year that they have that experience is just more beneficial for our city. That's why I want to come to my house if I ever have a heart attack, or I have 17 family members that live in Roy City. And heaven forbid, if anything happened to any of them, I would want an experienced policeman or fireman to come to their house who has been here longer than 1 year, 2 years. 70% turnover is just horrible. I've talked to, I'm on other committees and talked to other firemen, and when they tell them what our firemen get paid and what their wages start out at, they basically laugh in my face. And they're like, man, I just amazed that you can keep your firemen. It's like a family. I had a brother-in-law that was a paramedic and fireman for 30 years. They're family, and that's what keeps them here, is being a part of that family. We have to have a big enough tax increase in order, there's people waiting to hear what we're gonna do. Are we gonna, make it worth their while to stay here and still be a part of this family? Or are we gonna close down a station? Because that's what will happen if we do not have big enough tax increase to keep these firemen and these policemen here. That's what I would like the city to have, because if we don't do that, we've already have 2 firemen that they haven't hired. And any of you that do not understand what it is like to try to keep a family together and to have their support, Chief Williams will meet with any of you at any time and go over everything that he has to do to keep this fire department running. Same with Chief Gwynn. I mean, you could have a rookie on a shooting. I mean, there was a rookie on a shooting. I mean, you just do not understand how important it is to keep our fire and our police department I mean, every department, public works, sewer and water. I had a resident say to me the other day, yeah, fire and police is very important, but you know, the two most important things I think in the city is sewer and water. What would we do without sewer and water? I mean, and that is true. And I just feel that we have great department, and the thing that we'd have to cut back, if we ever cut back anything, would be our rec department. And then that would create more problems for our police if we don't have programs and things for our kids to do. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to point out.
Okay,
how I
thank you,
felt.
Ann.
So.
Okay, any comments, council? Well, then let me share. Oh, please, Brian.
Yeah, oh, here goes. It's important that we don't arrive at the same point again next year. And so we've got to figure out a way to get a better formula, because our tax increases are starting to impact real people. I know I'm not popular, and I understand that. But you don't hear from the people I'm hearing from. You can't be. And I know that there's got to be a way that we collectively can figure this out without saying every year it's going to take another double-digit tax increase. We're going to soon leave people out of the city. We're going to impact our commercial base. They've got to pay the increase. And we're going to make affording an affordable home in Roy unaffordable. I mean, if we can do a balanced budget for a single-digit increase, then that's where we should be. We shouldn't have to build in extra elbow room so that we all feel better. Our job is to do the best job we've been asked to do. And if I left this position, I wonder who would stand for the person that doesn't have the means to provide the difference in their taxes. As a matter of fact, I would, regardless of what we decide, I've already talked to Councilmember Wilson, I would truly believe that on the Roy City website, we should publish the name and the phone number of the person that can, with the county, that can allow some of our residents to apply for a tax abatement. That's the least we can do. Anyway, again, Leon, I know you're tight with $1. I've heard that.
Thank you.
But I want you to know that I might be a little tighter. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Council, anything else?
I just want to say that Diane did do a great job in getting a hold of Weber County. There are 6 programs that citizens can apply for, which she showed that 46 of them are already on one program, 11 on one, 505 disabled vets are on one, and 2 deployed military. As I talked to Chief Williams yesterday, and I understand, this is hard, Brian. Trust me, I have family members that live in Roy. I'm on a limited income, but like he said, people have, I have cable, I have Netflix, I have a cell phone, but people don't want to pay to have safety in their city. I understand, and I know that if there's people out there that need help, I've talked to people in your neighborhood also, and they're willing to help those people that can't afford it if they do not qualify for these tax relief programs. Because there are 6 of them out there that can help people with these programs. But I just feel that the safety of our city just is the top priority to our citizens.
Okay. Anybody else like to make a comment?
Okay. Quick question for the council, and this is just a quick query. Median household age for the city, Ann, what does it go? Median age.
37, I don't know.
Diane?
32?
Brian?
I'd guess 40.
Mayor?
Oh, I do.
35. I'm going to say a little older.
33. 33.
Yeah.
Median household income in the city. Again, understandably, there are people that are on fixed income. Ann?
Probably, I don't know, 55,000, 60,000.
Diane? Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Whatever they say.
Okay.
60.
A little lower.
90.
Oh.
90,000 a year is the median household income for all households in Roy.
Make your point.
Well,
Go ahead.
I know that 29.3% of the population of Roy, 11,500, are under 18 years old. And so when we think of raising taxes, and we do away with police and fire, and I mean, this affects our teenagers too. It affects all of our children. It affects if anything happened to them. There's just a lot of bad stuff going on in the world these days, and I feel for the things that mentally these policemen, these firemen have to see and deal with. I mean, I don't know how they go home at night after seeing some of the things that they do. But we have, 11,500 children in our city under 18 years old that need this also for them, not just the elderly. And I'm one of those elderly.
Okay.
As is my mother. As I say, and then I don't know if you're going to talk about the research you did with like the circuit breaker programs and stuff like that. I don't want to steal your thunder if you want to talk to that.
It's fine. Go ahead. You're
Okay.
welcome to.
What I was getting at in terms of like kind of just setting the stage in terms of what the typical household in Roy is in order to qualify for one of the circuit breaker programs, the vast majority of them, you have to be greater than 66 years of age, and the gross income of the household can't be greater than $42,623 a year. According to the research that Council Member Wilson did, we have 46 people within our city that have taken and applied for that.
I think that was county, or is that city?
That's city.
That is
Okay.
city. That is city, right. We also have disabled vets. Disabled vets, if you have greater than a 10% declared disability from the VA, you can actually qualify for 100% abatement of your taxes.
Yeah, it's actually, it's based on your percentage. So if you're a 10% vet or greater, then you'll get a 10% reduction on your property tax. If you're 100% disabled, then you'll get 100% pay no
So it's
property
based
tax.
upon, okay, perfect. And so that's things. We have 505 vets, disabled vets, who have taken and qualified for that. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is the households that are going to be taking and carrying this tax burden, again, understandably, there are programs in place that if you meet the economic qualifiers, can go through and apply for economic relief. And again, maybe to like your point, do we need to do a better job of articulating that out on the website? Do we need to go through and do like some events we've got the Hope Center. Why don't we go out there and make sure those people are aware of there are these programs that are out there? Is it an educational thing that we're taking and missing? Because again, I'm completely and totally empathetic to those who are on fixed incomes, like my mother, like Council Member Jackson, that if they can qualify, we need to do anything and everything we possibly can to make sure they're taking advantage of every opportunity that's out there for them.
Right, because a lot of them might not even have computers and not even know. So we need to get the information to the senior center and get it to Kathy.
Yep.
And then I'm sure they could set up a computer and help them right there fill this all out.
Well, let me interject a thought, okay? And thank you. I think it's a good dialogue, but let's just have some foundational conversations here. First thing is, it's going to cost us $1.1 million of new money every year just to pay for salaries. if we're going to pay the COLAs and merit for every employee in Royce City, it's going to be $1.1 million. And it's going to be $1.1 million this time, and it will be $1 million new money next year, and it will be a $1.1 million or $1.2 million the year after that. There is nothing on the horizon in terms of bringing new sales tax or new development that's going to offset that. And so what decision you set in motion today, Council, is exactly what they're going to face next time and the next time and for the next 3 years. If you don't cut spending, let me repeat that, if you don't cut spending, then you have no choice but to raise taxes, because you do not control sales tax, which is the single biggest revenue. And I've been telling you for years where we are on our sales tax revenues. It ain't happening. But here's the fundamental thing I think we missed, and it's some conversations I think we need to have. We just had a group of our employees stand up that says we're less than 5 years. Less than 5 years. And we turn them over all the time. And that's frustrating to me. It should be frustrating to you. In my opinion, it has probably nothing to do with the fact is we don't have great people doing the job. It's the problem is that we don't pay the right people the right amount. The problem is our merit increase program sucks. And as long as you go up there and simply says it doesn't make a difference, the fact is the young people, and try to keep them, then the bottom line is that there's the problem. And organizations that are tuned to this and understand this and have operated for years on this understands that the best. Who should be getting the most in terms of what's available? The least senior people, so they have time to get entrenched. But I will tell you, and you ain't going to like this, Council, of that $1.1 million that we're going to pay on salaries and COLA, I almost guarantee you 20 to 25% of that's going to be paid to the most highest employee paid here. So when you take 6% of a person who's making $150,000 a year, do that math and find out who gets the bulk of that versus the person who in fact is making $60,000 a year. The problem is the system. It is not the fact that Royce City can't deal with this. We can deal with it. But until you fix the system, you cannot fix this. You never will fix this. And you'll be facing this year after year after year until there's a certain amount of city council members says enough's enough. And then they do the unthinkable. And they just simply cut services. And that's my biggest fear. So if you really want to fix this, then go to the system that is broke and fix it. And you're the only ones that can. You are the only ones that can. And if the real intent would says the first year, the second year, the third year, the fourth year, that's where we pay the most money to keep those people who just stood up there so we can keep them, then pay them what they're worth. Because that's the ones you need to be focused at. The ones who's got 15 years, the ones who's got 20 years, they're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. Because we have those jobs and they need those jobs, and to be honest with you, they're making good money. I'm not saying we exclude them. Just don't make the payment, the amount that you provide in salary, to the most senior people. When I tell you the top 10% are going to take 25% of all the money that's going to be collected from the sales tax just to pay their salary increase, something is wrong. And you need to fix that. Second part is I'm a little concerned about a couple other things. And you got to help me, Matt and Brandon. The document in page 56 basically says this. We spent $1 million putting a lift station in. That's a lot of money for that little box that we got sitting around 4,400. And interesting enough is that because we put that in there, and because we basically, and it's in our document, so what I'm telling you is in there, we're going to propose a $2.50, okay, connection increase, okay? And I'm thinking to myself, I says, did us putting that lift station in there, which, by the way, saved everybody on the east side of the city on 1900's east side, they're now all dumping into North Davis Sewer District, not the Central Weber. We increased the capacity down there. Did us putting that $1 million investment cause us to now have to do a rate increase of $2.50 a month, or roughly $30 a year?
I'd be happy to answer that, Mayor.
Please.
So on the east side of the street, on 1900 West, the sewer's going to Central Weber, or was going to Central Weber, which was actually going through Ogden City.
That's right.
During the initial negotiations with Ogden City, they were needing to redo that sewer line from Roy City all the way down into Ogden to go into Central Weber. The initial discussions were saying that you owe us $6 million in order to do that. So if we wanted to not do the lift station for a $1.5 million, the offset would have been $6 million. On top of that, they were wanting a willing agreement, double the rate. The rate last year was $38.16. That means that $38.16 would have been paid to Roy City to go over to Ogden City to pay Central Weber, and then double that, so another $38 would have been paid to Ogden City to take that sewer over there. So it really
makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's very common. We have a willing agreement with Sunset City. We take some of Sunset City's sewer, we make them pay double the rate because they don't pay in the general property tax. But by doing this, we saved ourselves quite a bit of money, not paying $6 million. And that was just in the original discussions of it.
It's just, the fact is, the way it reads in page 56 suggests is that it was a cause and effect, Matt. And I'll tell you, I'm reading this and I'm thinking we did a good thing, but by the same token we're basically going to build the residents again. And I'm struggling to try to figure that out. By the way, I would think everybody who happened to be on the east side should have been saving money. Is there a fair statement on that one?
Having lived on the east side, I think our rates went up like $1 something.
So the North Davis sewer rate last year, I just have the rates in front of me, was $28.70, and the Central Weber sewer was $38.16.
Bingo.
So the people actually seen a decrease on the east side by $10.
So the people on the east side of 1900, as a result of that, should have seen a saving as we walk in, even though the people them as well as the people on the west side of 1900 are still going to see the in this case, North Davis Sewer District raised theirs by $2.50. So they're all going to see at least a $60 a year increase. I mean, that just is what it is. But it was really confusing in the document. The other thing I want to just basically touch on, Council, and I really want to make sure that we kind of understand this. My biggest concern is there's nothing that's going to stop us from having to have these kind of conversations, and we're going to have these on a regular basis. There's nothing that's slowing this thing down. And as a consequence to that is that we need to fix it. We need to find solutions. Now, you can't do that tonight. You can just expect those who are going to be here next year that you're going to sit down in these same chairs and you're going to face this same thing. But let me just offer you this thought. I gave you 34 pages of information in January of things to consider. And I know they were pretty radical. But the point would be is that it went to the heart about issuing and talking about cutting costs, wherever we can cut costs. And then if we have to, then marry cost cutting with some types of property tax increase and get us there. I will tell you, in 2022, we did a sizable is a loose definition of that, recommendation about giving a salary study increase to all the residents. And then we retroactive that back 6 months, which threw me over the edge. But the council agreed in that particular meeting to take that out of fund balance. A fund balance. Now, you got a lot of money in fund balance. And the question is, what are you going to do with it? Now, at the end of the day, and if you got a few $1 million in fund balance, can you afford to take $200,000 out of that fund balance and help bring this property tax rate down so it's usable? Are you willing to go ahead and consider taking a serious look about the entire merit increase problem and process, and maybe there's somebody else that's cracked that code and doing a better job at it? Are you willing to look at the very fundamental policy issues that we have? And I gave you some things to consider in that 34 pages that maybe, just maybe, we can stop some of this or at least slow it down. So for the next at least 3 years, you're not facing these double-digit property tax increases. Because here's the real issue, and it's in the document, and it's clear. We're 14% under in terms of paying our employees, 14% than the standard of where we should be in the average within the cities that we're representative. I have not seen the salary survey, but certainly Matt has made it clear, and the document talks to that. You're only going to go in there and maybe raise it and maybe go about 6% if lucky, and that's assuming every other city doesn't do anything. So you're not going to make any headwind on this issue, and you're still going to have all those people walking out of here and out of employment in Royce City because you're still 14% below. How are you going to fix that? And you have to fix that. And by the way, next year when you have this conversation, it'll be worse because you didn't fix it this year. And so you've got two organizations today, Public Works with the documentations and Fire Department with the documentation that simply says they are bleeding. And this document says nothing about fixing Public Works or fixing Fire Department. Not one word in this document talks about fixing it. Oh, we recognize that it's there, but there's nothing here to fix it. And when you prove this document, you approve it and it becomes law. If you really think that Brandon's team is struggling because he's lost a snip out, and as Chief William has said, he's lost 60 to 70% of his people in the last 3 years, then tell me how you're going to fix this, because I'm telling you right now, a COLA increase and a merit increase ain't going to cut it. It just isn't going to cut it. And at some point in time, you're going to have to find a solution to that. Now, if I'm a little bit bold, as passionate as you are about these organizations, then it's time to get off the stick and do something about it. And the only way that's going to happen is you have to take the lead. You have to direct it. You have to be the ones. It's a policy issue. And if you expect any one of those people out there that work for the city to come up with something, you're going to have a long wait. Because the fact is that it ain't broke as long as you keep raising taxes. So where's the solution? And you're not going to find it this budget cycle, but you darn well better figure out how you're going to fix it the next one, because it's going to be worse. And when you're facing 15%, 20% property tax increases, it's going to get hard. And it may very well be a whole different group sitting up here making that decision. And if they get in here and they don't like it, then who's going to really suffer? Those workers. Because the single biggest expense in Royce City is personnel. And if you're going to cut costs and you're going to do that, you have to cut personnel. And my fear, to your point, public safety seems to always be the best. So now I worry, Michelle. I worry about the complex. I worry about the aquatic center. I worry about those areas that most people don't think they're not so important. But to be honest with you, Michelle, there is solid evidence that if this city will continue to provide recreation and park programs to its residents, and particularly its youth, they don't have to deal with that chief. And they certainly don't have to deal with the judge when they're not around. So you have to weigh this out, and you have to make some hard decisions. So think about that. Think about it. And if you think I'm blowing smoke, let me tell you something. I lived in a program that basically did it the way I explained it. And I lived with that for 34 years. And it worked. And it worked well. Our youngest, newest employees got the advancements often. They got the increases often to build a career. And then after they've been there 7, 8 years, then it slowed down. And maybe that's how it works and needs to work. Because I keep hearing we're losing our best, our most experienced. We're training them and they're leaving. Fix the problem, council. I've given you some ideas of what to do.
Well, I'm hoping we'll be getting some, more property taxes on some big developments that are going in, controversial developments, but they're going to be there. We don't have much more land that we can sell. Hopefully, I know there's some, businesses that are looking to come to Roy City, but I know this is all probably 2 years out
That's it.
before we get any of this revenue. But
That's right.
it does give us some hope that we will, thank heavens we have 4 grocery stores. That's all I can say, because that really helps us. And thank heavens my family does their share of Amazon. And so my daughter, when I told her today, she had no clue that when you buy something on Amazon that we get that sales tax.
I agree, Ann,
And
but I will
so-
tell you, one challenging issue we got is that Hooper right now is debating the issue about putting a Smith's on 5500. You know that. And if I had the mayor of West Haven here, which I've asked him numerous times, he says they should be breaking ground anytime for new Walmart just across the street on Midland.
Right.
And if you don't think that the Roy residents are not going to go down 5500 and shop there, and equally important, the Hooper people who come into Roy and shop in Roy are not going to go to their own store, you're mistaken. And by the way, when they put that silly Walmart across the street, I'm telling you right now, it's going to suck some money out of our stores. It just does.
But I don't think a lot of citizens know that we actually get tax revenue from Riverdale. I mean, everybody's like,
We do.
Yes.
It's under the 50/50, and if they read the packet information I shared with you, it's all in there, explains that whole thing. And I really encourage you keep that message out there. What I'm telling people right now, that, and I'll just share it with it's in the data, Riverdale in 2024 earned $1.1 billion in purchases and sales. Let me repeat that, $1.1 billion. Roy City, total gross total gross sales in Roy City was 500,000. Excuse me, 500 million. So we're half of what Riverdale is. But the sales tax revenue that Roy got was $2 million more than Riverdale. Why?
Population.
Because it's a population number. They're sitting at 9,500 people. We're sitting close to about 39,000. The population number helps us, and I can't help to think our friends in Riverdale are struggling because they're facing a big issue in 2030 when they start lose part of their sales tax revenue. But the important thing is exactly what you says. The residents are doing well, and as long as we keep the population going, we're there. But you know what? And I shared this information in that packet. We lost 200 people in Roy City when the calculation last year. 200 people walked out of Roy and never came back. And so the numbers are different. And so rather than the population growing, it's actually, according to Utah, diminishing. And when it diminishes, then a lot of our sales tax revenue based on population goes somewhere else.
Yep. Let's talk quickly about just like sales tax revenue versus like property taxes, right? Because those are the two fundamental buckets with which we take and fund the city. So in order for us, if the city needs $1 of revenue, I raise your property taxes by $1. Now, for us to get that same equal dollar at a 6% sales tax rate, you effectively have to go spend $30 at purchasing like sales tax revenue generating services. Now, Ann brought up grocery stores, right? So that actually doubles with how sales tax is divvied up on that 50-50 split that we get. And with what the state legislature did here 1 or 2 cycles ago, they cut the sales tax revenue on food down to 3%. So if you look at like your grocery bill, you're now having, in order for the city to turn around and get $1 in revenue, you as a citizen have to go out and spend $60 in food purchases. Now, that is not the case if you go to a restaurant because you do pay a higher tax if you go and eat out. And so if we turn around, and let's just kind of quickly run the numbers backwards, let's say, hypothetically speaking, we needed $100 per household. So if we needed $100 per household to fill the budget hole, I can either get $100 in sales tax or in property taxes, or each household has to go out and spend $3,000. So which is less, $100 or $3,000? The only thing that we can take and guarantee from a budgeting perspective is property taxes, because I can't force you as the consumer to go out and spend your hard-earned money. The only thing I can do is bank on getting that property tax revenue. And so again, when we think about how we're going through and generating revenue, it's a 30-to-1 ratio in terms of property tax or sales tax revenue generating services at a 6% rate. So just to put that out there.
And things you're talking about make sense, Randy. I'm just saying to you would be is that what the residents are basically have to deal with is they have to deal with what comes out of their wallet. And the fact of the matter is that last year we put a 12% property tax increase on them, and we also charged them $186 a year. So that's a pretty sizable impact to every common day resident. It also creates a problem for businesses on property tax increase because instead of paying the 55% of the market value of their property, they have to pay 100%. So every business owner in here is going to pay a healthy amount of money based on what happens tonight. But that's not the heart of this conversation. We're talking about establishing a property tax, whatever that is, and we're going to set a ceiling on what that's going to be tonight, whatever that rate is. But you're going to have to add the $75 additional per year that we basically have to do in terms of just the infrastructure costs that we're adding to that. That's not even counting, as we're about to make a decision on all of the fees that have been added over the last few months. Now, there's a lot of money that is going to be taking out, and I'm not saying that's not such a bad idea, council. It's just the fact is because the fee is directed to the people who use it, and hopefully we don't have to supplement it, but the bottom line is if you're going to live and breathe and you're going to do something in Roy, you're going to have to pay more. And I think there's some wisdom to that. But I'm asking you to consider as we move forward that you're going to have to make some hard decisions today, and you're going to have to make some hard decisions next year, and you're going to have to make hard decisions late for the next 2 or 3 years until, and your point, that we can get the businesses and we get the developments and we can start to generate enough revenue to help compensate. But I feel bad, and I've been at this for a long time, but I'll tell you, we have never in Roy City in the last 20, 25 years ever had back-to-back-to-back property tax increases, ever. And we've just now about to make a decision on the next one. 3 years in a row. Where does this stop? 4 years, 5 years, 6 years? We got two things to do. We got to present Matt a balanced budget. He needs $450,000 to do that. That is 9% property tax increase. That pays COLA and it pays merit increases to every employee in this city. They get what they need. Then I'm asking you, take care of that. Do what you have to do. You don't have choices. But let's look at the problems and see if there's a systemic solution to the policies we have and find a solution that's going to give us long-term solutions. I'm fearful people are going to say enough is enough, and they're going to demand change. And oftentimes when that happens, it's always the city employees who are the victims of that. So find a solution, but don't take it all out on this one. We're already adding to the pain of our people, and I'm saying to you, we've got to moderate that to the level we can, and we got to look at really systemic solutions to get us through this. I believe there are ways to do that, and for my last, and please, I don't want to be embarrassing here, and some of you may say, good thing, okay, but the fact is I got 197 days. And after 12-year investment in this city, I'm moving on, okay? But the point is, at least for my last 197 days, I'm willing to help find this solution, that we can find permanent solutions so you don't have to go through the pain and suffering of basically have to deal with this issue, which is a property tax increase. And that's exactly where we are. So, council, I'm going to ask you any more comments, and then what I need from you is I need to set a rate. And that in itself is going to take some discussion, but I need to set a rate so Amber has a percent by which we set a ceiling, so when we come back on the 19th of August, we'll finish this. Okay? Any other questions relative to the budget? Please.
No, I just wanted to make a comment on, what our higher-up employees make. If you compare them to other cities, they don't make as much as other cities do. And so I just wanted to point that out. So they are on the lower scale there also. But if we make a rate tonight on the high end, and then when that tax rate comes in, and we maybe can do some adjustments or figure some things out, we can lower that when we have our truth in taxation in August.
Correct.
That is correct. The key is, and you said it, you set the top of the ceiling of the rate. And then from there, you can go from the top of that rate down to zero, based on what you determine you want to do on the 19th. That's correct. Other comments? Diane, I think you were reaching for something.
I was in the audience in 2008 speaking against a tax increase at that point in time and asking the city to tighten their belts because the citizens needed to. It was a difficult time in the economy at that time. And I'll tell you, it's definitely a difference when you're there without the full understanding as opposed to when you're here understanding some of the details. When you understand that you can't add per tax percent increases up. You know, for example, 10 plus 11.5 the last 2 years sounds like 21.5% tax increase, but in reality, for most average homes, it was a 9%. Still 9%, but when you add it up, because tax percentages can't be added up because you start with a different base depending on your home. Now, that's taken several years for me to finally understand that detail. In fact, over that time, inflation has been about 12.8%. So over that time period, we're actually a little bit, at least if the numbers I have researched are true, we're actually a little bit below inflation, which that may change as we're going, but at least our recent past history. We've talked about, for the city services, police, fire, streets, parks and rec, we're at $1 per day, and that's pretty economic. Now, we certainly have to take into consideration the other fees that the mayor has talked about. And then it comes down to, we have options, we cut or we increase. And what do we want to cut? Although some rearrangement is a possibility to maximize that effort. People do have a tendency to jump on Parks and Rec because it is not a required service, but over the last few years, we've done a lot of research, and we understand that that actually is a great benefit to the city, to the citizens, decreasing the need for our fire services as well as our police services. And the community feel makes a big difference. So when we're talking about these different options, still somewhere something has to be cut, and what do we want to cut? How does that work out? How do we rearrange? The mayor has, I believe, done an excellent job in having us start early. Starting in January, I believe, was frustrating for him, but I think it was very helpful for us because we had an opportunity to do the deep dive, to see where things are at, and be able to have a better understanding of what is available and what's out there. And then the decision of what type of services do we want at Roy? Do we want top-tier services? You know, other cities aren't as lucky as this in regards to top-tier services. And so I think a lot of that is the city council reflecting what the citizens want. I had thought we might have more people here and hoped that we would have more people to discuss what the differences are. I've made many phone calls across the different city areas to find out. We've had some emails that talk about they understand tax increases are part of life, but they want to have good services and it's worth it to them, and they want to have help in regards to that. And so then we have others who don't want tax increases. And so I guess the question with them is, what do you want cut? We had an excellent discussion just a few minutes ago. We've got to cut something, and what is it that we cut? Do we cut the quality of services that we have? Do we cut the Parks and Recs program, which have been shown to, in the long run, actually save cities money? And so
if we could have another public hearing right now after this discussion, it would be very helpful, because then we could have input. If we have to cut something, what is it that you do want cut? What is it that is more important or less important? Because we do have to have certain services available: public works, fire, police. So with that, I believe that the mayor has given us some excellent information and reminders of things we can consider. And we still have 2 months to work with that. And I believe that we do have some hope on the horizon right now. We have current development, which should bring us around $200,000, hopefully, in projected tax increases over the next 2 years. Not that that gets us a long ways, but it does get us a little bit of improvement. And as everyone should realize, us on the city council, which includes the mayor, we have had quite a bit of consternation about this since January. In and out, sleepless nights, discussions with the staff, and where does that come in? How do we have a balance with that? So I don't believe that, as we know, that there's an easy answer to that, but I do believe we need to absolutely make options so we can keep our valued staff. And with that being said, I feel that if we can keep that balance, that's why we did so much research on what we can do to help our fixed income people, because we know it's a great problem for them. But the mayor has said it. What we do today will only kick the can down to next year, and that is definitely a big concern. And that has been a dilemma that we've been discussing for 6 months now. So just my summary on where things are, but we definitely absolutely need to get our staff, because us as city council, our number one responsibility is to the citizens. That's our number one responsibility. And what does that mean? Does that mean we don't raise taxes and so we have less quality services? Maybe for some people that is. Do we raise taxes so we can have top tier services, so when people are in need, they have that ability? Number one, it's our citizens that we have to take a look at, and you can look at it from several different angles. And so I appreciate the citizens that have talked about that and realizing that there have been changes in the economy. There have been things that, basic things at the grocery store cost a lot more money, and our staff need to not be the ones that are being taken to task for that as we do it. So, not that I have any solutions, but I believe the mayor has given us some good insights to that, and that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, council, any other comments before I ask you to start discussing about setting a rate? Okay, then let's talk about rate. Amber, remind us one more time. To give you, Matt, a balanced budget, the number on a property tax increase, again, is what?
So to balance what was currently proposed is $450,000 or 8.77%.
Okay.
That would amount to $3.13 per month or $37.54 per year on the average household.
Okay. So to get to a balanced budget, which means we take care of all the employees' COLAs and we take care of all the employees' step increases and function according to what the budget basically said, with including, by the way, there is some fund balance, and I gave you a listing before about what those fund balances are that are waiting there to be spent. That's the number. The question you have to ask is, do you want that number, or do you want to have a higher number as putting a ceiling? So let's discuss that.
So to clarify, at 9%, we do get COLAs, we get merits, but we also are using one-time money of $540,000. Is that correct? And that does not account for any increase in wages other than what is apparent on the COLA and the merit, but nothing for the balance of the average survey then. Okay, so that's what we're getting for 9%, so we know what we're getting.
Yeah, they get a raise about anywhere from a 5%, I think the numbers, to a 6.75%, whatever those numbers are based on whether they're 18-year or 10-year, 12-year steps. But yes, all of those go into a salary increase.
And then real, just quick clarification on the 540 one-time funds. Whoever is on council next year would have to account for that. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? They would have to turn around and increase the tax rate to account for that, correct?
Yes, so right now that is helping, because we did have a shortfall in revenues this year, specifically the ambulance revenue and our interest income.
Okay.
So that has helped filling some of that hole. If we were to increase revenues next year, then that would take care of it. If interest rates go up, then our interest income goes up.
Right.
So there's a lot of variables that go into that revenue piece. That is this year filling in that revenue. If we're able to fill that with something else next year, then we would cover that.
And that, I guess the one thing too is we did go through and increase our fee structure and schedule. We hadn't touched it in a couple of decades, so that could, help to temper that back.
That's
but,
Right, all our permits and copies, I mean, everything,
Yeah.
aquatic
do-
center, I mean, complexes,
And you got millions of dollars in fund balance. Brian, comment?
Yeah, question, Matt. Sales tax revenue, that's kind of the foundation. Are we going the right way with sales tax revenues now? How did we do in April or May?
In May, we're going the right direction, but it's not been as aggressive as in past years. During COVID, we're seeing major increases of 8% a year. The last year, we were looking at a decrease in sales tax, but we're right on projections right now. So we're looking about average of what we are, like pretty stagnant is the problem. That we're not seeing all those major increases. We've been seeing those increases since 2012.
That's right. Yeah,
So-
and I noticed them in 2022 where we started to see everything flatline. And for the record, Brian, and it's in the data that I sent you all, it's not that our people are not spending. We were getting, I think the highest number I've seen recently coming out of the Utah Tax Commission was $142 million in a quarter. And the charts I sent you showed that those gross sales that we're doing is just climbing and climbing and climbing. But the fact of the matter is the sales tax revenue that coming from that is stagnant. And even the document in front of you indicates that he's reporting and Matt's reporting that it is stationary, stagnant. So I'm not putting a lot of faith, and I don't think Matt's putting a lot of faith that we're going to see over the next couple of years any type of sales tax revenue increases. We just have to accept the fact is we're maintaining our own. What may hurt us if in fact we start losing a lot of people, because it is those people populations that really is a significant part of that 50-50 solution on how they basically pay the cities in terms of sales tax revenue. So, we lost 200 last year. We believe the state has got some sense in terms of relooking at how they calculate population numbers, and we'll see coming into this next year, or maybe in the next few months, at least some better adjustment to the actual population in Roy. But if their calculations keep showing us decreasing, and I can't help to think we just removed about 60 homes down 5,600, and as you well know, Council, we're going to impact at least 220 homes and businesses when they widen 3,500. It's not full takes, but there's going to be a lot of properties, front yards and stuff, that are going to be taken when they widen 3,500. That's another impact. And by the way, the right-of-way acquisition process is happening now with the construction to begin in 2027. And so, these are realities that we face. The key is that try to work as best you can to create opportunities for increase in sales tax revenue, but at the end of the day, you best not bet on it. You'll be lucky to stay even. Now we got to find better ways to basically generate revenue. So let's think about how best to do that. Okay, any other questions for Amber? Anything else you'd like to know before I need to get a rate out of you?
No, Amber, I just wanted to ask Michelle, in Brandon, and I know you guys are at your bare minimum employees. You don't have any excess employees. I mean, because I asked you at the budget meeting, and you said, I mean, you only have your part-timers, and you only have, you have a full staff, but you have people doing multiple jobs. And same with Brandon, aren't you down an employee? And Chief Williams is down 2 firemen. I don't know if Chief Gwen or if you're down any employees, so it's not like we're running overstaffed. We're all at our bare minimum employees, so.
Good question. And to me, it goes back to the conversation is, are we paying them right?
Right.
And if the answer is we're not paying them right, is the problem is with the system of how we pay. And I think we need to explore that process. It's very tender, it's very difficult, it's going to take some real work, but I am telling you right now is it is my belief that we in fact need to revisit the entire merit increase process, or we distribute that cost across everybody. And the most important and most vulnerable people we have is we're not paying our less senior people enough to basically keep them on board. And that is everything we've heard. I've heard it for years. They just come, we train them, and they leave. We need to train them and retain them, and we need to do that by putting the salary the right position.
I'll give
And
you
I
the,
think we can do that.
I'll give you the council member scaddenism, and that is plagiarism is the highest form of flattery. If we can find somebody that is doing and addressing this, I am wholesale invested in investigating it to address it.
Exactly. So let's look what the options are. Let's find out who's been able to crack this nut. And if there's one thing we can do, we can certainly reach out to all of our city partners who obviously either are facing the same situation or if they've found a solution. And if they found a solution, then let's find a way to make this work. I just need we need a long-term solution here so that each one of these department heads don't walk into a meeting and simply says, I just lost another 3 people. And they lost them, and let me be blunt. I'm not sure which chief said it, but it resonated in my mind to this day. They had an employee who did not want to leave, and they got emotional talking to the chief about why they didn't want to leave, but they had to leave because Royce City can't deliver. They had no choice. And I can't help but think they broke their heart because this is their family. This is the people they live and breathe with. And the bottom line is that we have an obligation to take care of them. So let's find a solution, but let's see if the problem can be fixed by the system changes as well. Now, we can't fix that tonight. We have to deal with what we're
my friend
facing.
that's on the Riverdale City Council, when they had a few years, had to have 100% tax increase because they didn't have enough firemen and enough policemen. And he said every time we had somebody who got to retirement age, we just couldn't replace them. We had to just absorb their job into that other position. So I don't know. That's something that could be done here. I don't know if anybody's ready to retire, in any position right now, but it's just different for firefighters and policemen to not rehire in those positions.
I
But
agree. But there's a man right there that's
right.
got a department, and he's basically telling us he's losing people left and right.
Right.
And when Public Works can't fill the requirements, and I think if you ask Michelle in terms of how Parks and Rec, I don't think there's a department here today that doesn't necessarily feel the pain.
Right.
Let's find a solution. There's a short-term fix here, and there's certainly a long-term fix, but we need to find a solution.
I think that's one of the keys is it can't be all solved at one time. It does
Right.
have to be a
Agree.
plan,
Which is
long-term.
Which, Diana, is why I'm saying to you is, let's don't burden the residents all in one. Let's not have them carry the weight. We have fund balance. We can use part of the fund balance to help us spread this over. It's going to walk out of here and we're going to set a rate. I can guarantee you, unless they're going to be raining money, on 19th of August, you're going to pass a property tax increase. But why don't we share the burden of that increase by simply utilizing some of the funding that we have, and we carry those fund balances year after year. Use some of that to get us the bridge until we can find a permanent solution to this problem. That's what I'd ask you to consider. Okay.
So I have a question
Go ahead.
in regards to that. the general principle is when you use one-time money, then it just kicks the problem down the road further. And so maybe you can help flesh out how using one-time money now, which we're already thinking partially doing, how using additional one-time money, because if we use 540,000, that could be an 11% tax increase next year just to cover it.
Next year.
How do you anticipate using that one-time money now helps lower the burden in the future? Maybe you can help just describe that.
Well, first thing is you're making the assumption that one-time money is just the money that's sitting there. Matt can provide you the details, Amber can provide you the details, but are we not making interest on a lot of money we got sitting in banks? Did I not read in the report where there's hundreds of thousands of dollars actually generating money because the investment has been made into an institution that gives us a return on that investment? I mean, it's not one time, it just sits there. And so when I look at those kinds of opportunities, can we take 200,000 out of that? And instead of going up there and basically having a 15% or 20% property tax increase, can we get it down to a single digit? And then just simply take some fund balance, because some of the money coming in this city is other than property tax increases. Certainly some of that money is not sales tax. It's certainly not the franchise tax. Some of that money is coming because we're making money on interest. And that's generating new money. So I think there might be a good financial solution we can find. I'm just looking for a solution that goes deeper, which is why those chiefs don't have to stand up there and those departments don't have to stand up there and keep telling us meeting after meeting that it says, I just lost a few more skills. And that's exactly what they've been telling us. And I've been at this thing 8 years. And I'm only saying to you would be, fix it. Fix the problem today. Then let's work together to find a solution for tomorrow. And then we'll find that solution. And we won't do this in a vacuum. They're the experts. They'll understand. But if there is a solution out there, Riverdale or some other city, if there's somebody out there that we can plagiarize, Randy, then plagiarize. I don't have a problem with that if they found a solution. I'm just saying is, for the first time, maybe the city council needs to step out of the box and just simply say, let's find a solution to this. So these guys and this young lady, both young ladies, don't have to keep struggling to keep their employees. Because I'll tell you, it just bothers the heck out of me, and it's all the time. Anyway, go ahead, Diane, comment.
What amount of interest do you see that we might, realizing that interest does adjust to pretending to be down to rates, how much interest do you believe we would have that we could put into this to avoid using the base?
Well, the interest is part of the revenues in the budget. So if you are using that money, we no longer would receive the interest on it, and so your revenues would be decreasing. So that is part of the budget in the revenues.
It's in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
I can pull it out. I didn't look at it recently, but it's in there, as well as the fund balance. And the fund balance of a few $1 million just keeps rolling over and roll over. I think there was last time I looked in total fund balance, some are restricted. There was close to $8 million in there. Some of that is restricted. But the bottom line is there's money just sitting there. And as you just read in the report we just put another $1 million into the fund balance. So, I mean, if you want to go deep dive, we can go deep dive if the issue is simply says, how do we keep this sustainment and keep away from one-time money? Well, okay, let's go take a peek. But by the same token is that I always thought that the fund balance money was really for emergencies. Yeah. Is this not an emergency? Are we not losing people?
Well, isn't our fund balance like that for fertilizer and ammo, not human capital?
Well, it's hard because, like you said, as you use that, then you have to make that up the next year. And as you keep using it, you aren't gaining that interest on the funds that are sitting there. So then your revenues go down as well. So what you are recouping is even more than what you've put in there.
Right. So you've got your 7% last year that everybody took out, and then you have 7% this year and 7% next year. Yeah.
And so if we have an emergency now and use it, then does it only create another or a worse emergency next year?
Right.
I mean,
Well, and again, the definition of an emergency is we don't know. It comes up. The case that I always use is we have a gas line blow out back behind City Hall, and it takes out an entire city block. Then we have to tap that until we get access to additional funds because we're going to have to front it. So again, that's when I think of emergency. I think of catastrophic type of events and/or economic calamity. I mean, let's say the economy completely and totally tanks. This is our this is our rainy day fund for if we do need to get creative and we do need to give the citizens some form of relief. We can take and tap that just while we're in that economic downturn. So, I mean, that's where my mind goes.
And maybe we can use and rearrange some of the funds we already have set aside, like a COLA, and maybe we can rearrange the way we use the COLA, use that same amount of money, but that might allow us to shift it in a fashion that it benefits those that are on the lowest end of the scale. So if we have a 2% COLA over, but use 0.5% to put towards wages, then that would help balance it and shift it. So it would allow a different equity, and that way we're able to balance it better. That would be we're still using the money, but hopefully distributing it in a more equitable fashion.
Right. Well, and I mean, in corporate America, as a people manager, what I am given direction from our compensation committee is whatever the top line in terms of compensation is where we should actually land, because we go through and we front load it. We basically buy, goodwill with that employee for a little time horizon. And it sounds like we're wanting to go through and do something like that with new incoming employees as well. But I don't think that's necessarily the discussion tonight, but it's something we need to just internalize and figure out how we go through and effectuate that.
Okay. Okay. Other comments before we try to work through a ceiling? Okay. What's on the table right now is a 9%. Are you satisfied the 9%, which gives us a balanced budget, or do you think the ceiling needs to be higher? Comment.
Well, a 9% wouldn't give our fire department, where they need to be to not leave the city.
There's nothing in this budget, and that basically suggests that the fire department gets anything more than what the public works get. I've not heard anything in this budget that says there's going to be any kind of channeling anything in that. So I guess my comment to you would be is that if the chief, it was stated earlier, if the chief basically says, hey, I've got 2 vacancies, and I'm going to take the money that I would normally have paid for those 2 vacancies, and I'm going to increase the salaries to get them up to where the salary range basically says they should be. And he wants both the COLA and he wants the current merit increases to happen. But in addition, what he's going to need to get him even is he wants to take the salaries he would have paid for the 2 employees he has not hired behind and use those salaries to bump it even higher than that, to get him up where he needs to be to can retain his employees. That's the strategy. That's the conversation. But that is not, Chief, in this budget. And my comment would be, as it should be, if that's what you want to do. The other side of that would be, Brandon, is the issue that says you're on a different pay scale. You're dealing with funding that's part of the enterprise fund. You have a little bit of money already. Is this what we're talking about is the general fund, not your funds. What is not going in this budget is going in there and saying, okay, I need to move my people. I have the money in the budget that I can do it. I need to move my people to keep them competitive so I can stop the bleeding. Brandon, that is not in this budget. So if you're going to fix this, and we have to fix it, and what you sign and you approve on the 19th of August needs to be the guide and direction that both of those 2 organizations are going to have. Everybody else is going to get their COLA. Everybody else is going to get their merit increases. But the bleeding that's happening right now, both in the fire department and the public works, needs to be fixed. And all I'm saying is let this document that we're about to sign on the 19th of August fix it for them and everything else. I just need to get an idea of what you want, how you want to pay for that. And right now, the question is 9% property tax increase going to be enough for you? What do you want to do?
It won't get the salaries even up a little bit. That won't be enough for that.
Then what's the right number?
Question for you, Brandon. If you do use some of those additional funds, can you use those for the streets people as well as your others? Or is it only for them? Or the extra you have, are you able to balance it through your entire department?
No. Answer is no. Answer is no. Go ahead, Andrew.
So the enterprise funds, the employees that are in there, there's not very many employees, and it would not cost a lot to get them up to where they need to be. So they could afford to increase their employees up to where the market would say they should be. I think the problem Brandon has is consistency with his other departments, because all of the employees are working side by side, whether they're in the utility funds or the general fund, and he's trying to keep them working together. It's hard to give half of them a raise and not the other half a raise.
So you can have it help part, but not sufficient.
That's
Thank you.
correct. And so you got general fund funding that's taking place with the Amber's people, and you got general fund funding that's coming out of the franchise that are paying for Amber's people. When we talk about any type of change in salary, I'm only asking that we fix the bleeding. But at some point in time, we're still 14% below what the average should be across other similar cities. And that has to be fixed, or you're going to be facing the same issue next year and the year after that. The only problem is you're going to lose more people. So we need a more systemic solution. But we got to find a way to fix that. I'm just saying is, Chief, you're bleeding. We got to fix that. Brandon, you're bleeding. We need to fix that. And this budget document needs to reflect how we're going to fix those two departments to get us well. But it can't go up there and just simply stay stagnant. We got to deal in a long-term issue to make sure we cover the needs of everybody else. Because the other employees are going to get a little upset with this council if all of a sudden we start singling people out and says, well, it looks like they got a good benefit and everybody else doesn't get it. We've got a problem. And that 14%, Matt, on the salary survey that we do have, looks at everybody. It didn't look at just fire department and Brandon's group. It looked at everybody. And when he told me it's 14%, my concern's going to be is, so what do the numbers tell us and what do we need to do to fix it? I need a number.
Okay, so knowing that we have a 14.7% pay disparity, what would, and again, Amber, you're gonna have to use your math wizardry, if we took and kind of tried to bite into that as much as we possibly can and say,
With reserve.
I don't know necessarily a reserve, maybe partial reserve, partial sales tax, because again, we're going to have to pay the piper if we pull out of reserve. So again, that's just gonna be over the horizon. If we turned around and said 10%, if we tried to, again, equalize our pay to not 14.7%, but up to 10%, what does the math look like for that? And then let me back into what we would take and potentially pull out of fund reserve.
Okay, I've got two numbers on the table. I've got a 9%.
9%
And I've got
plus-
a 10%. Anybody want to throw a number out there they feel better with?
I believe he's talking, my understanding is you're not saying a 10% tax increase. You're saying,
I'm saying to
what
equalize,
would the tax
what the
increase
tax
be
increase be if we took, if we, instead of going up to the 14.7 to basically equalize, what if we went up to 10%? And again, so again, I know that's going to be some weird wonky math, and I don't know if you can even do that. I have faith in you, Amber. I have faith in you.
Well, yeah, put me on the spot here.
Well, so let's say hypothetically speaking, what's
So-
14.7%? If we were to take and do that, what's the dollar amount there? And then we can back into it.
So to get the 14% average on the salary survey, we would need approximately an additional 37% tax increase.
Okay.
So let me make sure you heard that, okay? To get where we can get, just to get us even, we've got to be talking an additional 37% property tax increase. Is that what I heard?
and when you say additional, is that plus 9% or is that including 9%?
Is that including 9%?
That is in addition to the 9%.
9%. So it's really, it would be effectively a 46%, which that's a bridge too far. Let's just, I mean, that's why I'm like, we need to come up and work the numbers backwards.
Okay. So you're basically, you now see the boundaries.
Yeah.
And by the way, we still don't know what the other cities are going to do. Remember, they're having the same conversation tonight or this week, and they're figuring out how they're going to deal with this issue. This whole thing may go south on us because they automatically go ahead and change their salaries, and now we're trying to keep up with them again.
So Randy, sorry, to answer your question, approximately, if we were
Approximately.
to do, because everybody's is different, it's just an average of 14%. So if we were gonna do an average of 10% on the salary survey, that would be 26.6%
Above and beyond that, with
in addition to
To
the
the
8.77, in addition to the 9.
the 9%, so we'd be looking at an effective 35.
35 to do.
35% tax increase to,
And what we would do is take the money that 10% equals, and then we would distribute that according to how the salary survey says, or we could distribute it how you would like. If you would like to put more towards some departments and not others, we can distribute that however you would like.
okay.
So, having said all that, is anybody agreeable to a 37% property tax increase ceiling? I need to figure out where we're gonna get in here, so give me a number.
That's
It's high.
high,
It's a tough one to swallow, and that's why I'm like, okay, can we,
right.
if we were to back out, if we were to back down and say,
29%.
yeah,
What would the taxes be on say a $400,000 home if we did 29% per month, Amber?
it's roughly my home, so I can tell you.
Okay,
That's-
so say that again.
If
On
we
how much money?
did a 29%
29.
increase approximately on a home of $400,000, just throwing that number out there,
Per month or per
per
year?
month,
Per month, per day, per
month.
hour,
$10.44 per month.
so 120.
So 120 a
$120
year, $10 a month.
125. Plus,
And
Yep.
that would get us about halfway up the average survey then. That would give us
Isn't
about half the
Matt-
percent.
For 33 cents a
the
day.
medium income, isn't it 425?
The median household price is roughly 420. Yeah, it's roughly in that.
432,000 was the average home price.
Okay.
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 So that's what we're
That's
looking.
average.
So we'd be a little higher than 35, because you've just increased the market value of the home.
But that's actually.
Now, remember, that's just the home. We haven't talked about the impact it will be on businesses, because they pay 100% of the value of the property. Give me a ceiling number. What is the highest you're willing to put on the table? And then we need to
I know,
kind of
what do
get
you
the
say?
council to agree.
Go ahead.
You gotta say something. We talked about it.
Well, if we do 28%, my understanding is that would get us at about half the wage increase. We wouldn't be able to get the full, but we'd be able to get at least half of it. And then we have the option that the fire department would be able to increase theirs with that solution. I'm not sure exactly how that works for Brandon. He'd be able to at least help some of his in regards to that, if there's something. And then maybe we can use some of these other creative ideas. But that would
Have
at
till
least get us.
August to maybe come up with something to where we wouldn't have to do it 28%.
Right. Well, I would say, okay.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
what I'm hearing is that you want 28%. Is that the number I'm going to go in with?
Well, it's not like what we want, but it's what we need.
I need a number out of here, because you can go from
Yeah.
28% down to 0, but at the end of
Just
the
so
day.
everybody is clear, this is the max ceiling, 28%. We're not saying we're setting the effective rate at that. This is what the max ceiling is. So again, we can't go over that amount from a budgetary perspective. We can come down off of that.
Too much.
So just to again put it out there, if we can figure out, I'm fine with 28%, but I would like to see if we have some additional revenues that come in that we can turn around and let's call it, when you purchase a home, you do a rate buy down. If we can turn around and use some one-time fund balance to turn around and get that the tax rate down, I am fine with that. And I think 28, to your point, Councilmember Wilson, gets us to that halfway point of where we can start to address some of this wage compression issue.
Okay, then I won't go for a vote, but I do need to have you tell me, and we'll ask you by name, do you want this to be a 28% ceiling?
And
Sophie?
before you do that, can I just ask Brian, he was saying, you were starting to say something, I just wanted you to be able to finish what you were saying.
I think we're going the wrong way, and I think I agree with the mayor in that some reserve funds could be used, but to have Matt and Amber prepare a balanced budget at a 8.77% increase and take that to 28 as a max, and it only takes 3 of you to take it to the max, I can count, then no, I'm not for that.
But we're not saying that's what it is going to be. That is just the max that we would have to keep our employees from leaving and going to other cities. And maybe we can talk with Matt between now and August and Amber and see if we can take some money out of the general fund or move things around or do what we have to do. But we're just setting that now, and then hopefully we can figure some things out because we want what's best. I want to raise the taxes that much. I have to pay them too. But I don't want to lose the fire department, and I don't want to lose, public works. I want to keep our employees here. I want the best employees to come to my house. And if that's what we have to do, and, and then all those programs that can help those people. But like when you narrow it down to so much a month, I mean, I'm not a maverick person. I don't go to Fizz and go to Cookies and go out to eat a lot. But when you think of the things that you spend money on compared to the safety and the welfare of the citizens.
You don't pay it monthly, though.
Yeah. Well, I know, but you can put it away.
Most people do.
That's
just to clarify, most people
Right.
do because it's part of your
house payment. Mine's part of my house payment. And like you said, Brian, you luckily don't have to pay taxes. And so that helps you. But I just am like, when you compare it to everything else that we take care of in life and what we spend money on, this is important for our city to have our employees, and we want the best employees. We want all our best employees going to other cities after we train them.
Then use more of the reserve fund.
And
maybe we can figure that out.
We're not taking that off the table. I guess that's what we're saying.
We're not saying that we're not going to try to figure something out. We're just saying this is in the max. We have till August to try to come up with some.
Whittle it down, to get creative,
to
find some ways to,
Right.
Okay, Ann, here's what I think I'm getting out of your comment. You're supporting 28%.
Yes.
Randy, are you supporting 28%?
Yes.
Sophie, what are you supporting?
28.
Okay. Diane?
28%.
Brian?
Nay.
Okay.
No.
Right now is that I have the majority of the council suggesting that they will support a 28%. Let that number, Matt, be advertised, okay? That'll be the ceiling. People can draw their own judgment in terms of what that means when they read it in the paper. But the bottom line is that's a going in. For the record, 28% is the ceiling. It cannot go higher than that. It can certainly go from 28% and less. I'll take a motion here to approve then Resolution 25-17 based on establishing a ceiling of 28%, and then with that 25%, they can tentatively have a budget they can move forward with. You okay with that, Amber? Matt, you okay with that? Okay, so here's what I got. I think we got the discussions on the table. I need a motion then to approve Resolution 25-17. It is in fact a resolution of the Roy City adopting the tentative budget for Roy City for fiscal year July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, and providing a resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption and deposit with the city recorder. And the set rate will be 28% property tax increase to be worked out in detail on August 19th in a truth and taxation meeting that's specifically assigned to address this issue. That's the motion to the resolution. Anybody want to approve that motion?
So moved.
Okay, and I need a second.
I'll second.
Randy? Okay, this is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Councilmember Saxton?
Nay.
Councilmember Paul? Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Scadden.
Aye.
Okay. Resolution 25-17 is approved. Now we have a consideration of ordinance 25-8. This is Roy City enacting compensation increases specific to city offices. This is a new law. Amber, if you can share how that all come about.
In the 2024 legislative session, Senate Bill 91 was passed requiring cities to hold a public hearing on any proposed compensation increases for certain elected, statutory, and executive officers. This includes the mayor, city council, city manager, department heads, city recorder, city treasurer, and justice court judge. You received Exhibit A in your packets detailing the increases proposed as part of the fiscal year 2026 budget for these positions. These increases are all consistent with all other positions in the city except for the justice court judge, which pay range and merit increase are dictated by the administrative office of the courts. Since we anticipate going through the truth in taxation and adopting the final budget in August, the COLA increases will be effective when the final budget is adopted. If this amount is changed, we will hold another hearing in August with the final budget. We recommend that you receive public input on these compensation increases and consider approval of proposed ordinance 25-8.
Perfect. Thank you, Amber. Council, I need to go into a public hearing to discuss this particular exhibit, and you probably have it in front of you, shows you what the numbers are. Therefore, do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, Sophie, I think I heard. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Diane. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I didn't see Ann, and so we'll go ahead and say she, well, I won't count her.
Aye.
Got it. I'll make that 5. Thank you. Okay, we're now in a public hearing. Any comments or questions associated with ordinance 25-8? Please step up to the mic and give us your name and address. Okay, seeing none. Oh, I see one.
Ty Chaston, do you need address again?
Yeah, please.
3751 West, 5575 South. Knowing that it's important that people get compensated fairly when we're considering other cities and what their going rates are, I can see that it's needed, but at the same time, just seeing the discussion that took place on the increase, how's that gonna affect the increase of taxes, not only on the citizens, but on everything else? I am running and I would rather not get paid if it would save money for the city. Because I'm doing it because I don't need it. I'm doing it because, like you said, Mayor, we need to solve a problem. And there's ways to solve it. We're just not doing it. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you for your input. Okay, anybody else like to share a thought? Okay, thank you, thank you for the input. Okay, council, do I have a motion then to go out of a public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, all in favor of going out of a public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, say nay. Okay, we're out of public hearing. Council, comments relative to ordinance 25-8.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I believe that the public comment there is in line with my feelings. Certainly, I believe that we need to discontinue or take away any of the merit or COLA. There is no merit, but the COLA for the city council members. I can't speak for anyone else, but I do think
Haven't
we
done
need
it
to
for
take
Yeah,
the,
we've never
4
done it.
years.
we've never
so
done it.
Had one in
I
5
think we
years.
should take the
so
COLA
we're-
out.
yeah.
Take it out.
And when we were talking about solutions in our previous meetings, we've talked about altering that. Unfortunately, it doesn't get us the mileage we'd like. Certainly, we can discuss that later, but at least for this particular exhibit, that would be my recommendation, is that we discontinue the COLA for city council.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get
We haven't taken a
any.
vote
We're
yet.
not taking a vote yet.
Never
I
had
know,
one.
I don't care.
Yeah, likewise.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah.
Well, let me just offer, since I've been in office a little longer than all of you, I don't remember us ever getting a COLA, either the mayor or the city council. And so if you look at that over 10 years, okay, roughly we're down 25%. And I can't help to think today, if you went out there and did analysis, and Glenda's sitting behind you, I was told that somebody on Facebook, she responded, our council and mayor positions are probably some of the lowest paid positions in the county. I can't speak to that. I just indicate to you is that you get the pay down, okay, to the point where it's just why even run for election? There's a lot of challenges that come with this assignment, and if it's not compensated in some fashion or form, then you basically question whether or not you can be here or want to be here. I appreciate the council speaking for the council. If the council wants to take away their COLA at 2.5%, you can certainly choose that. I would say to you, I'd like as mayor to choose what I want to choose. And only because in my mind's eye, it's important that we follow that. But just for the record, and I want to make this very clear, nobody other than council has ever rejected the COLA, ever. So no department heads, no city managers, nobody, over all the years I've been in public office, not one time. But every time when we get to the budget, always the city council and always the mayor did. And just simply says, we're just not going to get paid. We won't take the increase. And I'm certainly not going to break that tradition, but I just want to give you a warning that suggests is that if you drive this to the point where in fact is that it really is not fairly compensated for what you have to do, then I think you're undermining, okay, my opinion, you become to undermine in the credibility of the office. And I think you also limit, okay, the number of people, good people, to compete for the office. So just recognize is what decisions you make today will certainly be carried not only through the remaining of this year, but definitely into next year. And you as a city council have a right to do that. I'm only indicating to you, I ask you as you go forward, you consider the fact is that there could also be some negative consequences by your decision. Okay, with that, here's what I think I heard, unless you tell me otherwise. Sophie, are you okay with removing the 2.5% COLA?
Yes, from the council.
Randy, from the council. Brian?
Yes.
Diane?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the adjustment, Matt, we would like to make. For the mayor and for the city council, simply do not have COLA. Okay, there'll be no cost of living allowance made again. So we'll take that out, and then as far as I can tell, unless you tell otherwise, everything else that's on there is okay.
And you feel good about that, Mayor, because we're talking about council.
Yeah, the same.
I understand, but I also, well, I won't get into personal details, but the bottom line is that whoever is going to be mayor, Matt, okay, I will just tell you of all the things that the mayor has to do and is obligated to do and is involved in, the current pay doesn't even come close to compensate what's needed. Certainly the committees that I'm on in Salt Lake, certainly the committees that I'm in Weber County, all the things that we're engaged in. I tried to calculate one time exactly what it cost, and if I was making 25 cents an hour, I was lucky. It just, and it's okay, because if your intent is to come into this job as an elected position and your intent is to make a lot of money, it'll never happen. Although I have to tell you, I've had a number of people accuse me of taking funds from developers and then getting funds from other sources, and that's just absolutely incorrect.
Yeah. I always tell my wife my city council job is the worst part-time paying job I've ever had because of how much time you have to invest in making sure you're, informed in what we're going through. This packet, if you haven't seen, that we're going through today is 128 pages. Since the day it was released, I've gone through it 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, that's why, it's frustrating sometimes because we do put a lot of time and effort into this. Sleepless nights, headaches trying to make the best decisions. And like you said, sometimes we would, you know, I mean, when I was asked to be on city council, I didn't even know it was the position you ran for. And then when I got on there and they said, you need to sign these papers, I'm like, for what? And they're like, will you get paid? I'm like, oh, well, I didn't even know that. And so and when Marge Beecraft said, yeah, you get like $8,000 a year. And I'm like, and then when you figure that out, how much time and effort you put in and sleepless nights and things that people say about you, it's not worth $8,000 a year.
And the stress for that, as I say, I've had
is.
5 medical alerts hit my watch this evening. I've had
Right.
5 high heart rate alerts, and I never get that, even when I'm working out.
Right.
So the best workout you can get is run for city council.
There you go.
It you know, you just want to do what's best,
right.
and we all try to work together and come up with the best solutions. And it's a hard job to do sometimes because you're not very popular in some of the decisions that you make, but you try to do the best decisions that you can come up with that's best for the citizens. And sometimes the facts just aren't out there. So.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Thank you, Randy. I'm sure that's not going to make a big difference in terms of helping your budget.
Yeah.
But it's at least a small contribution that says that the council and the mayor basically is trying to do their part. So with that, then, what I'd ask then is a motion then to approve ordinance 25-8, and specifically, if you would, state that the mayor and city council will not get COLA. So I ask for a motion then to approve resolution 25-8.
I move that we consider approval of ordinance 25-8 with removing the COLA from mayor and city council.
Okay, I have now a motion.
I'll second it again.
Okay, so we have a second. Ryan, this is a roll call vote, so Brittany.
Councilmember Scadden.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, council. Ordinance 25-8 is approved. Consideration of resolution 25-18. Matt?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Before you have Resolution 2518. As you know, we adopted a interlocal agreement with Weaver Human Services in a previous city council meeting, and that was contingent upon interlocal agreements with both Hooper and West Haven. 2518 is an interlocal agreement with West Haven for their participation in the Roy Hillside Senior Center.
Okay. Any questions or comments relative to resolution 25-18?
No, I'm just glad that West Haven and Hooper decided to pitch in to help us keep our senior center open.
Me too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay, appreciate that. Any other comments before I ask for a motion to approve resolution 25-18? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve resolution 25-18, a resolution of the Roy City Council adopting an interlocal agreement between West Haven and Roy City relating to the Roy Hillside Senior Center?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Councilmember Scadden.
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, council. Resolution 25-18 is approved. Matt, do you want to talk to us about resolution 25-19?
Yes, absolutely. So same thing as 2518, except for this one is the participation from Hooper City.
Okay, same requirement, same information. Any comments or questions to Matt relative to this resolution? Okay, hearing none, then, do I have a motion then to approve resolution 25-19?
So moved.
Thank you, Britton, sorry, Sophie. I knew it came from that side of the table. Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, and Brittany, you can vote if you'd like. This is a roll call vote, so if you can help us through that.
Councilmember Scadden.
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, council. We've approved now Resolution 25-19. Okay, we have consideration of Ordinance 25-9. This is considering amendment for a Title 10 zoning ordinance. I won't read through all that, but I'm sure that Steve, you can tell us all about this one. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to pass out a map that was requested, so I'll give it to everybody.
Thank you. So much better than on my phone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so the audience knows what the map is, it indicates the current R4 zones, and those that are highlighted in red are the current vacant parcels in that same zone. So what this is it came kind of a discussion with the Planning Commission. As you know, every month we do have work sessions that we discuss issues, items within the zoning code, and one of them was, why is R3 and R4 the same density? Both are currently 12 units an acre. Why have the two if they're both the same? So the discussion came of, we looked at other cities, what they allow, plus also what Roy City had on docket back in 1973 until 2005, which is our current adopted code. So at that time, the R3 allowed for 12 units an acre, R4 allowed for 18 units an acre. This code went a little bit farther. The Planning Commission had looked at the House Bill 37, which talked about the moderate income housing aspects of the code. And as you know, we've got 7 items within those 23 aspects, but they modified it a bit to where if you adopt and implement a zone that allows for more than 20 units an acre, you can consider that a part of your moderate income housing and would actually take up 3 of those 7 items. So we could actually reduce it to 4 plus this 1 and equal the 7. Reason why 7 is important, and as the mayor can contest, is that puts us into a favorable review for UDOT for projects, Utah, the state, UDOT itself, and so on. We're only required to have 5 for the moderate income housing because of the front runner station, but by having more, we get preferential treatment, so to speak, when we apply for grants and what have you. So it's kind of enticing to say, hey, if we have a zone that allows for more than 20 units an acre, granted, there's some other things we'll have to look at for in our ordinance to meet that, but some of it deals with ownership of those projects, so we could require that certain percentage of those townhome or apartment complex or condos are owner occupied. But we can get to those details, if it's something that you guys would entertain on creation of the R5 zone. Now, there is no R5 zone anywhere in the city. So we're just creating an ordinance that could allow for a developer to come in and request that, and they'd still have to go through the same process as the next items that we're going to talk about here in a minute. They'd have to, show location and what they're wanting to do.
Can I ask a question? When you're talking about 20, is it over 20 or 20 and over?
20 plus.
So it needs, okay, 20 and over.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The reason why they did R5 at 25 is just, again, it's an increase of what the R4 zone would allow. If you just did 2 units, again, what's kind of the difference between the two? Very similar to the discussion of what's the difference between R3 and R4 in current standards.
Other questions, council?
Absolutely.
Well, let me, I have one.
You finish, yeah,
Oh,
go for
ahead.
it. No, go for it.
Okay. I think I really understand, and I appreciate the comment you indicated that there is no current R5s within the city. So this is just really an ordinance adjustment to, if it does happen, then the council and the planning commission can make that happen. I'll be honest with you, Steve, and I'm referring to page 17 in the document when I read it. And so it's the last part that actually breaks out exactly how the zoning ordinance would be written. And as I look at the R5 as it's defined, and honestly, 25 units per acre, okay, certainly is the max it could be. And so it can be much less than that. But all of those, R3, R4, R5, can't be over 35 feet
In height,
in
correct.
height.
Yeah,
Now,
the planning
this-
commission didn't want to amend that because those do intermix with single-family residential zones next to them. So they didn't want to increase that height to anything more. So yeah, I mean, a 25 unit acre, and in your packet, there was an aerial of a project that exists in Roy, that was built in the mid-80s, that is 25 units an acre. They're 3-story apartments, so it can exist. Now granted, there are a large acreage of parcel there to get, the number of units, but it is possible to do it under the 35 feet.
I think I guess if they're all one bedroom, maybe 700 square feet. I mean,
I think they're ranged between 1, 2, and I think there's a couple 3.
is that right? Man, they must be sleeping in the closet. Wow. But again, I just say, certainly I don't have an issue with R5 if the council agrees with that. I just can't see anybody putting 25 units per acre on an acre piece of ground at 25 and have a 35-foot ceiling in terms of height. I just can't see how you can do that. But that's not a problem, because if they can't do it, it will never be proposed that way.
Right.
Unless there's an adjustment or some type of a development agreement associated with it. So I just found that to be an interesting, piece of this particular legislation.
As mentioned, the planning commission is very concerned with how it interacts with the single-family homes
Oh, I agree.
abutting it, so.
I agree. Okay. Council, Diane, you have a comment?
So 2 weeks ago, we just rezoned a piece of property to R4.
On
And
55?
That's correct. And so if we make this change today, and that was a difficult rezone for us, because there was a lot of public input that they wanted single-family homes, they did not want high density, and that it's, 12 was still kind of pushing it for them. And so does that mean that they're grandfathered in at 12 and everything future? So
No.
I had kind of gotten that impression.
Yeah, all 4 of those properties that are currently vacant could go to the whatever's approved.
So this is my concern, is the feedback I'm getting is that some of the citizens feel that the city or the city council, the staff, are not being transparent, and they're doing backdoor deals. We hear that. They think that the mayor is getting paid extra bonuses. And my concern is that when I asked that developer why he chose R4 if he just wants to do a few townhomes, he said that it was because you had kind of insisted that he do R4, and that could possibly make this look a little sketchy, because now we have all these residents who are relying on 12 units per acre near them. They're already feeling bad about that, but they're relying on it. And now we go in and say you can do 18 for any of these open properties. And so I'm very concerned that that does not help improve a citizen confidence. That's a big concern.
Can I address that?
Please.
So his request for rezone was long before this discussion occurred with the planning commission. So when I said R4 is probably better for him, because he wasn't sure if he just wanted townhomes or maybe a business. And the R4 is, the only difference is it does allow for office space. So that's why he went for the R4, is it gave him an option, 12 units an acre with some office space.
Will our citizens appreciate that, though? I don't think
So,
that they will.
Yeah,
And so
but
by
again,
that
the
trust.
discussion was after my discussion with him.
Because when you look at this, we see that your first meetings were March 25th on the city council, on the planning commission. When he comes in, it's May 20th. Now, of course, he's been talking to before that, but when you take a look at when we approved that, that's May 20th. And so that's going to give, I'm concerned with the impression that's going to give. And then it now is taking some existing that is really causing a pretty significant change and impact for the surrounding citizens. Now, I believe that the change on R4, where it talks about changing the single-family home to a 5,000 square foot lot, I think that's excellent. The two-family to 6,000 from 7,500. But I do believe that that really needs to stay at 12 foot just to be genuine and consistent with our citizens. The other concern, and what I want to do is I want you to know I really am pleased that we are looking at having a separate zone for higher density. I think that's great. And so the R5 concept, my concern with 25 is 25, when we had our town halls, was already considered pretty high. And because it was around transit, you know, people kind of accepted, well, UTA's insisting we'll take 25. So I believe 25 units per acre, if it's not around transit, may not be an ideal thing, but I think that 20 units per acre for R5, that allows us to meet the state, that gives us a separate, distinct place to go. It's nothing's there. It's not going to change the impact on current citizens. So I definitely think that would be excellent, but change it from 25 to 20. But I definitely think on R4, we need to, just to be fair to our citizens, keep that at 12, because the last thing we want to do is further the concerns and further the distress, you know. I think that's a big concern for me.
So let me just clarify what I heard. Are you fine with taking the density up to 20 for R5? Or?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So that still would meet the minimum
Yes.
income, moderate
Yeah.
income housing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's actually a little more feasible as well. 25, probably we won't get a lot of 25 there. And so all that does, I think, is increase the angst amongst citizens, because they don't realize when they hear 25 that it's probably not really very feasible.
Right.
But, you know, they'll hear something different, especially with the other stuff that's recently occurred.
Yeah, I mean the only thing when it relates to property rights, and again, I'm totally in consensus with you as far as like pegging it at 20, but with 3 of the properties that we're talking about that could potentially, that are currently vacant, taking it up to, you know, 25 per acre. As someone who consistently drives past those lots today, those empty lots, I'd much prefer to see higher density there in that area than nothing. So again, I'm of two minds. 20, I think, would be a happy medium, but I don't think 25 would be also that stretch. Let's go to 22. Well, 22. 22. Can I get you 20? 21. 21.
21.
21.
Yep, got it.
Well,
21.
Anyway.
It's just in conversation. Sorry, Steve. Okay, so any other comments? Ann, Brian, Stovey?
Go ahead.
Can I ask Matt Wilson a question on the side?
While he's asking the question, I think what I heard is that this is an adjustment specifically in terms of the R3 according to the ordinance, the R4 and R5.
Right.
What I heard is that at least some of you are okay with the square footage, you're okay with some of the numbers as written or proposed. Your only real issue would be is on R4, you would say, let's keep that at 12.
Yeah, density
And
12.
then for the R5, make that 20.
21. I'm just teasing. I don't care. I'm like, you know.
20.
20? Okay, fine.
Okay,
Nice even number. 22.
So,
20.
so Steve, with that,
Sorry, I'm
then,
getting
just to recap, I think they're agreeable to approve this, but they would want adjustments, as written, just the adjustments in terms of the units per acre on R4 and the units per acre on R5 as written or proposed. You see any issues with that?
What was being proposed?
Okay.
'Cause I was in
leave
conversation.
R4, okay, leave it at 12 units per acre, and then R5, make it 20 units per acre. That's what's on the conversation today or right now. You okay with those numbers?
And if that's the case, then we would need to change the multifamily square footage to 2178.
Yeah,
just
he'd have
make
to
that
make those
consistent.
adjustments to get there.
So leave R4 at 12, so there's no distinction between the two zones.
Yes,
So I
it
guess
would
the
be
question is, why have it?
The distinction would be because you would
Commercial.
still change the 5,000 from 6,000 to 5,000, so you could have more single-family. You could actually have almost 9 single-family homes if they chose to do that. And then you would also be able to have a higher number of 2-family homes. So it does give that. Plus, you still have the R4 office place for that.
So just so you know, a 2-family at 6,000 is more density than the multifamily. It will be 14 and a half units per acre, and multifamily is 12.
Well, then, that means we
Just-
need to keep it at
just to give you the
7,500.
numbers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
We appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Okay, any other comments with that information? Ann?
Nope. So
Sophie?
keep the two-family at 7,500? Yeah.
Which one you're referring to? The
On
one
the
in R4?
R4, single family.
Single family in R4 will go to 5,000 square feet.
And then the two-family,
And the two-family
Yeah,
will
I
go
see
to
what you're saying.
6,000
Yeah.
square feet.
Thanks, Steve.
okay.
And then keep, the numbers will be the same. It will still be 375 square feet on multifamily and will not exceed 12 units. And that keeps us consistent to the commitments the council has approved recently. And then R5 would basically just simply be everything except the multifamily square footage will go to whatever that adjustment is, 2,100, and then it will not exceed 20 units per acre.
And I would just like to say thank you, Steve, to you and the Planning Commission for trying to be very careful and respectful for that height for the neighboring. I think that was a very a nice point to have taken into effect. Thank you.
Okay. Any further conversation about those recommended adjustments? Okay. Then what I need from you is a motion to approve Resolution 25-19 that includes the adjustments to this proposal that we just worked through.
25.9.
25.9.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I got to get my my ones out of here. Yeah, 25-9. Okay, so here it is. Ordinance 25-9, consideration amendments to Title 10 zoning ordinance, amending Chapter 6, establishing zoning districts, one zoning district, adding R5s to the high-density residential districts, amending Chapter 10, general property development standards, 24, tables of a lot and setback requirements of primary dwellings, Table 10-1, which is minimum lot and setback requirements for primary buildings and amending number of allowed units per acre, adding the standard for the R5 zone. That's the motion to approve ordinance 25-9, but you need to add now the changes that we just talked about.
So I move that we move forward with the consideration of ordinance 25-9 with the keeping the R3 as written, but adjusting the R4 to two-family at 7,500 and not to exceed 12 units per acre. And on the R5, to adjust the multifamily square footage as necessary, which I believe is 2178, but to figure that out, and keep the units at 20 units per acre.
Okay.
So is that to keep the R4 two-family at 7,500,
That's correct. Thank you.
not 6?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Okay, I have a motion then. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. This is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Scadden,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Ordinance 25-9 is approved. Ordinance 25-10 to consider a request to amend the general plan, future land use map from single-family residential to multifamily residential for properties located at 2349 West, 6,000 South. And there's two parcels there. The other one's on 2365 West, 6,000 South. Steve, I think you're leading this conversation.
I am. I'll take also the 25-11 because it's the same parcels, just one's for a rezone request. Again, this is parcels there on 6,000 South next to the railroad tracks. Just for geographic, to the south of it is Sunset, and they have those townhome projects that we take sewer in that we discussed earlier. The Planning Commission held a public hearing and voted 7-0 on both aspects to the general plan amendment to multifamily and the rezone to R4 if it passed as written, which it didn't. So the applicant wants Station South as the rezone request. The applicant is here, so if you would like, Mayor, for them to come up to talk a little bit about their project, they are willing to do that.
Okay, let me just make sure, the question I have would be is, Station South, when it was basically put into the Chapter 13, was really more the transit station area. And it has a little bit of variance because it is in that area, and that area is really kind of tied to the station area plan that the council approved, and ultimately the Wasatch Front Regional Council approved for Roy City. By putting in the Station South, are we talking about now this will be part of Chapter 13?
Yes.
And it's not going to be Chapter 10?
Nope. Well, it won't be, it'll be still part of Title 10. Chapter 10 is just setbacks.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's
Yeah.
other chapters that would dictate
Yeah,
through
my
it.
mistake.
Yeah,
It's
they're wanting a certain density, and the only density we have that of 18 units an acre currently is Station South.
Yeah.
And that's what they're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, the reason for my comment was really there's everything within the Chapter 13 is one part, a big part of the ordinance, and then everything else outside of that is the other part. This physically is located outside of the station area plan.
Correct, but you guys also got to understand the urban corridor is part of the Chapter 13, and that's part of 3500 West Midland Drive and parts of 19. So it's
That's
not
correct.
not exclusively to downtown and station.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we just approved that just recently.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the question really becomes is that what the applicant would like to do is put this under the stationary plan for the south end.
Just the zone, because
Just
again,
the zone.
urban corridor and downtown aren't part of the station area. But the applicant is here, so
Okay.
if you'd like to.
If he has an interest in talking, he certainly can do that. Okay, how you doing?
Good.
Name
How are
and
you doing?
address, please.
Taylor with Cole West.
Okay.
There might have been a miscommunication. The only reason I said Station South at some point was just because it's 17 units per acre. We thought maybe the R4 zone would go to the 18 units as opposed to the 12. So that's what we have on the agenda is the R4. But now that with what just happened, we'd probably prefer R5 at I mean, really, we only need 14.6 units per acre, but that's just obviously over 12 units per acre. So we would go to the R5 zone.
Okay, now that's an interesting idea. Council, I think, Steve, you'll have to verify this. If we're really looking to creating an R5, I need to probably run this proposal back through the Planning Commission and bring back recommendation from the City Council. Is that, Matt, the best way to look at that? Because it is talking about creating an R5.
Yeah, if we're going to be creating a new zone, then yes, but you could also do it through a development agreement.
Or a development agreement, yeah.
So is this something we could hear about, maybe table for today, where we've had a lot of mixing and then maybe kind of get that figured out for later then?
Let them rework it based on the changes that were proposed?
I think it depends on how the council's inclined to proceed. Obviously, you want to take a vote if he's requesting something different, but also where we do have an applicant, I know Steve would work that quickly with the Planning Commission or with the applicant. Just depends how, I guess, one, they want to proceed because they do have a right to have a decision in a timely manner.
Okay. I think, at least from my perspective, Matt, would be is that the council just approved an R5 based on the requirements. But we never changed the future land use map. We never put anything out there in the city. We just now have an ordinance that allows us to do that. It's the first good step.
Well, quick question, because the general plan is just single family to multifamily. It doesn't attach itself to a zone.
So you're saying one part of this would be okay if it's approved, but we still need to come back.
We would still have to have the zone, so if he doesn't want the R5, I mean, we wouldn't necessarily be creating a new R5 because we have R5, so we'd probably name it something different, I assume, so I don't get confused.
Yeah.
But then, yes, I mean, you could do that portion, but it still has that same zoning that it is currently until there's a change on that.
Yeah. Council, let me just, this may be an excellent point, Diane, to your point, is just simply table it. Allow them to come back, okay, and make a couple of modifications so we have a clear idea of what needs to be done. And if they find the development agreement may be an easier way, that might be a perfect way to do this. I apologize, Brandon just walked out, but Matt, I'm going to put you on a tough spot, and Steve. When I was a city council member, the Sunset came in with that Sunset development and said we needed to see if Roy City would accommodate allowing the sewer line then to run under this property, I believe, and hit our trunk line that we have running down 6,000. And I remember clearly asking at the time to Oliver Ross, and I said, Ross, I says, in fact, we held up until another meeting. I says, do we have the capacity to be able to carry that load? Because it's taking now Sunset sewer, okay, requirements, and their big townhouse development they have just on the border, and you can see it in the print. And we run that over to our trunk that's sitting, running down 6,000. And he come back and he said it did, and so the next meeting we basically approved that. We're going to propose to put, under this agreement, new townhouses possibly, or at least whatever the R4, R5 is, right over the top of that, and it's going to use that same trunk. Unless you tell me something different or Brandon tells me something. It goes back to my question I asked the original developer, 6, 7, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. Do we have the capacity then to carry that load, that infrastructure load on that line? And maybe counsel to that question, because that may take some time to get that question, is further argument of why maybe tabling this and allow this stuff to be worked through and come back with a firm proposal might be the best approach. And there's Brandon. And Brandon, while you're out, if you can, just give us the answer.
Just say yes.
Sorry. Okay, one more. I'll be brief, but I'm not sure we can give the answer here. As a city council member, the question that when I was a city council member many years ago, it was proposed by a developer that was developing townhouses in Sunset. If in fact, rather than going under the track line, which is very expensive and almost impossible to do with the sewer line, if they could come through Roy and come under the property that we're talking about and basically dump that sewer line right into our trunk that ran down 6,000. And Ross Oliver, he had the tasking, he came back just a day after the meeting where he says, yes, we do have the capacity. And with that information, the council then approved to go ahead and allow that. Matt alluded to that in the first of the conversation, saying is those who are outside the city boundaries pay a little bit more in terms of sewer expense because they're not inside the city, but we allow that trunk line there and they're using it. The question I have with you would be is, this proposal that is on the table talks about putting more townhouses or apartments, whatever the R4, R5 requirement is, and put that right on top of that line. Is there enough capacity in your judgment that it will carry that load?
Yeah, so our main trunk line will carry the load. They'll have to work out an agreement with the other property owner because that is a private line that runs through that.
Agreed.
So yeah, I don't know if they want to work out an agreement to utilize their line.
Or put a new one in.
Our line will, but like you said, we don't take responsibility until it's.
Yeah, it's on private property. So from your perspective, we have the capacity to that which is on 6,000, but whether they use the existing one or have to tap a new one in, they'll have to make that determination. Okay. Thank you, Brandon, for that. Okay. Council, what would you like to do? I'm not so sure, in my opinion, we have all the information. I think Councilmember Wilson's idea might be the best solution. It's just simply consider tabling ordinance 25-10 and ordinance 25-11 until such time we can get this finalized into an R4, R5, or Station South recommendation.
I move that we table ordinance 2510 and 2511 to more thoroughly evaluate
I'll second
options.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take those separately, but I'll take ordinance 25-10. Council, I have a motion then to table ordinance 25-10 and wait for additional details and information to move forward. Do I have a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Okay, motion to approve, that's Randy. Second, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, so we will table ordinance 25-10. And since 25-10, Steve, and 20-11 are kind of connected, I'll take a motion then to table ordinance 25-11.
So moved.
Okay, Randy, I have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Sophie. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, both of those are tabled. Please come back soon. Let's finish this, Steve, okay? Thank you. Council, we have ordinance 25-12. Ordinance 25-12 as consideration development agreement with Summa Terra, is that how you pronounce that? Regarding a potential project located at 3443 West, 5200 South. There are two parcels involved, I believe, and why don't you go ahead and carry the conversation, Steve, on this one?
I'll start it, just let you also know that the applicant, the potential developer is present, so again, you can ask him some questions if you'd like. This is, again, to go into the urban corridor zone. It'll just be east of the, I think it's IHC clinic that's right there on 5200 South and 3500.
Ogden Clinic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the same thing to me. Ogden
It's
Clinic.
a medical bill.
The issue comes is it is far away from 3500 West. So once you get past or into the clinic, you've got single-family residential across the street. So the concern is how much commercial would actually want to come back in that area. So they're looking, because right now the urban corridor requires the building up front has, the first floor is commercial, the floors above, similar to the downtown zones above, could be residential or office. They're requesting that they minimize the commercial down to 3,000 square feet. That takes a portion of that. The rest would be residential, again, from that distance change. They're also requesting that because it allows for up to 40 feet, so they would like 4 stories, which would be between 44 and 48 feet. Very similar to Echelon here on 1900 West. Those are requesting the same stuff, or same type of thing. I'll let them explain more about the commercial. They have a better presentation and verbiage that can be used than I do.
Okay.
To clarify, Steve?
Yes.
So that is currently at 40-foot height?
Correct.
That area? And then it's all commercial on the bottom floor?
Correct.
Is what that is? Okay, well, we can ask more questions after, thank you.
Okay. Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Mike Watson. My address is 79 West, 900 North, Suite B in Springville, Utah.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm
Tell us what you're thinking.
So I'm really excited to be here tonight. I wanted to kind of share a broader context with you. Summa Terra Ventures has done 18 or is doing 18 projects in Ogden. Mayor Dandoy and I had talked about this in a prior meeting regarding Echelon. We had considered doing Echelon, and we have a high desire to come in and see if we can do some infill, redevelopment, and urban renewal here in Roy, and see if we can bring some of the same benefits that we have there. We have 3 projects under contract currently. 2 of them, we're not requesting any type of change, don't change developer's agreement or otherwise. So our goal on this one is unique in that we don't feel that this is a really strong commercial/retail neighborhood, despite the laborious conversations we've had tonight about bringing tax base to the city. We'd love to do that, and we plan to do that on our 2 projects up just off of 1900. So our goal here is twofold. Number one, we want to minimize initially the retail commercial space on the main floor. It's not a heavily trafficked street there, and even if 35th West had been widened, I don't think that traffic makes it over there to that property. However, we're going to try to have the best of both worlds. We'd like to have a 14-foot floor plate on all of the main floor. So while we'll only have a 3,000 square foot portion of this main building to be available for commercial retail, we'll have a 14-foot floor plate, which will allow us in the future, should the need or demand arise, to retro back into commercial retail and additional square footage. This is a strategy that we used in a city north of Dallas called Denton, Texas. We're in 5 states, and we have that 14-foot floor plate, and we actually make more rent from retail and commercial spaces. So at the time when and if there is demand for additional space, we'll retro into that and add additional commercial retail space there. The other reason for this, if we were to look at the presentation, I don't know if y'all had a chance to see my PowerPoint presentation, but under the current code that's already accepted, our use by right opportunities force us to have 2 separate buildings so that we don't have, instead of 10,500 square feet of commercial retail on that main floor, we have 2 buildings, a building in front and a building in back. Building in front is 3 stories, building in back is 4 stories. And because of the larger footprint, we don't have to do the retail commercial in the back, but it causes a strain on the parking, the layout. It presses some of the parking closer to the neighbors than we're comfortable doing. So we feel like that this very small and innocuous change is saying, hey, let's do a make sense developers agreement here that allows us to mindfully do this project, combining 1 building instead of 2. Our parking's better, our location's better, our distance from the neighbors is better from the building and from the adjacent parking. And additionally, we can build there. I think this is probably one of the reasons this code and its requirement that that full main floor be retail commercial. I believe that's one of the reasons this project is not currently developed. So we won't be asking for these petitions on the other projects we have up on 19th. The commercial retail base there will be fantastic, but we'd love to do this presentation here. This also happens to help us having 3 projects going instead of 1 to give us the sizing and the pricing that we need, because none of our 3 projects are quite big enough to generate the pricing that we need. So in having 3 projects in concert with general contractors, sub-suppliers, it's a win all the way around for us to make this move.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Council, any comments, questions?
So to clarify, you want the development agreement so you can have 1 building, and you anticipate that footprint to be 10,500?
No, so the original front building was at 10,500 square feet, and it would have required 10,500 square feet of commercial. If we get the developer's agreement with the 3,000 square foot retail commercial space, it allows us to collapse 2 buildings into 1, because had we had 1 building before, it'd probably be closer to 20 to 22,000 square feet of commercial on that main floor. So it forced us to do 2 separate buildings.
So that will be about 22,000 for your footprint on the bottom floor?
I don't
with
know
the
what that
1?
number is. Do you know off the top of your head? I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not sure, but we have 4 stories. I would guess that it's going to be probably in the 20 to 25,000 square foot range for that main floor on the single building, which is the second option were the DA to be approved tonight.
And how did you decide that 3,000 was feasible, which is a small percent? That's like, a very small percent of that total footprint. How did you decide that number?
Because those are the footprint that we could accommodate financially with the project if the project sits vacant for over a year or so. Fortunately, some of the commercial retail space can sit vacant for up to years at a time. And we underwrote the project. We felt that if I had to bring my own businesses there, we could do that. If we have to lean on property management, if we have to lean on amenities, additional amenities for our site, and our own apartment complex or our own partnership leases that space, that's something that we could underwrite empty. So if it sits for a few years, and as you probably know, underwriting multifamily or mixed-use space is quite a bit more problematic than straight multifamily. So this was, how much do we feel like we can take? And if it sits, can we fill it ourselves if we have to? Worst comes to worst. Can we fill it ourselves? The answer is yes. Do we also feel like it's a reasonable ask if there's a home or a childcare, if there's an insurance shop, if there's some type of a real estate office, it's not a massive footprint.
Yeah, and I think your fact that you're proposing to put it next to a clinic does offer maybe even some other options for office space.
Well, and again, that 14-foot plate we'll have bearing walls to work around, but this is not new. This is not something we haven't done. This isn't something that our architect hasn't done before. And the minute I can get more rent, I'm going to get more rent.
Yeah.
And that means commercial retail for you guys.
Certainly.
This is kind of a side question for Steve. Steve, is there a specific density that is required on urban, or is it more like the downtown area without density?
It's similar to the Station North and downtown East, West, and Gateway. There is no density allowance. It's what you're restricted on height, landscaping, and parking.
Setback, yeah.
Okay, all right, wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
I also failed to mention, this doubles the amenity space, going to the second option. So having a little bit less commercial and a single building nearly doubles the amenity space that we can have for our tenants.
Okay. Okay, good conversation. Any other questions, council, on ordinance 25-12?
Another question in regards to 300 feet. 300 feet doesn't seem that far from a main road. If people knew that there was something there, I mean, 300 feet is like nothing. They would go there. So the reason you feel it's not feasible is just because there isn't a lot of commercial in that area on 3500? Or I'm just not sure that the 300 feet is like the real main reason that it's not feasible.
No, it's not feasible because there's no traffic on 5200
Okay.
south. There is no traffic there. I stood out there and I said, I'm going to stand here until somebody hits me. And my wife called and said, you better get home. Come on, what are you doing? There's just no traffic there.
Okay.
So the idea of putting in a business that would draw, that's one thing on an anterior street up by 19th, but that far off of the main drag, that far off to 56th, that far off of 19th, it's just not going to happen.
Correct. And that's the thing is if you were abutting and up against 3,500, I would
Yes.
be telling you
If I was
no
on a
way,
corner-
as to say, I'm not going to let you, we're not going to give away prime, commercial.
Exactly.
This is not prime commercial because there's no, traffic
Yeah.
A
patterns.
very
that-
narrow street.
Correct.
There's no traffic.
Right.
And there's not a high hope for traffic. Obviously, the Ogden Clinic is a draw because of what it offers, but it's
Right.
hard for us to put that type of a draw
Yeah.
in that type of location if we're not
Yeah.
the Ogden Clinic.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions, council? Okay, then I'm going to call for a motion then to approve ordinance 25-12.
So moved.
Okay, Randy, I have a motion then to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Scadden,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, council. Ordinance 25-12 is approved. Thank you, Steve. Thanks for everybody. Okay, council, we have consideration of ordinance 25-13. We got a lot going on tonight. Matt Wilson, I think you're gonna lead us in this conversation.
Yes, I'm here to bore you with numbers, but not as much as Amber did.
Hey, she did good.
Just kidding, Amber.
You did great.
Actually, this is the consolidated fee schedule. We've been working towards this. All of these fees are already adopted. There is one correction, and it's page 4 of the exhibit. Just need to strike the working without a permit. I believe I sent this initially prior to, and I forgot to correct that. So we'd strike that, and then everything else is correct and previously adopted by this council. So you're not adopting any new fees, you're just putting them all into one place.
And then the effective date would be today, as of today, or?
All these fees are already effective.
Okay, that's what I was, yeah.
You're just gonna be able to post this to
Yep.
make it much more visible to residents and business owners or all that? Okay.
Yes, and it also allows us to do an annual review and update as needed.
Yeah. Okay, that's perfect.
Or makes it easier to do that, I should say.
Okay, council, comments, questions for Matt?
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of work, and I'm glad we're going to start charging these fees. Get us some money back.
Well, we're charging them now, but I will say
I
there's
know.
got to be a big shout out to Brittany because it would not look this good if I did it.
I do have a question on page 5, just for definition, because I didn't catch you earlier. Street vacation, I'm just kind of interested in what that is. On
Oh, $200 for
Uh-huh.
street vacation?
Yeah.
Is that like a street party or? Street,
Page.
is it supposed to be street excavation? Is it a typo?
It could be vacating a street.
Yeah, there's a
I don't
provision
know.
within the requirement
of-
that basically,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is because we have certain things that we have to do if we're vacating a street,
Like
certain
an
process.
emergency, or?
What's that?
What's the amount
Like an
that's on there?
emergency, it's
Under-
$200? Or is it like if you have to do $200?
yeah.
Or is it like if you're doing a building and you have to move
you're-
everybody off, or
If you're
a power?
removing a street, basically,
Yeah.
a public.
So a street, as I say, a street vacation refers to
what
the
it
process
is.
of a local government relinquishing its interest in a public right-of-way or a public service easement on a piece of property, essentially closing it off for public use and transferring control to the underlying property.
Permanent, this is
Yes.
not, okay, 'cause-
Can I
That-
give you an example?
Please.
Yes.
1900 West and 5200 South, the old Tuxedo building.
Right.
The right-of-way was, I want to say 70 some odd feet.
Okay.
So we vacated a certain distance to get it down to a city standard of 66. So that property owner actually gained some land. So a lot of times, street vacations are narrowing a wide, 2675, for instance, of, if we vacated some of that, the property owners would get those extra. So really, it's just, sometimes a street needs to be
Sure.
turned,
Or a property or something. yeah.
removed, or not removed, but closed, so you'd vacate those portions or reduced in size.
Okay, so whoever gets that extra land, it pays the $200.
Whoever's making the application
Okay.
pays that.
So
Okay.
if the city just wants to do it on their own because it fits, then there's no charge.
Correct.
But yeah. Well, because then we run into this with like the catwalks. I'm going to bring up that. a little.
Catwalks, yeah, it was city initiated, so we paid for the whole.
Okay, all right. Just to put it into context. Okay.
Okay, good questions. Any other questions, council?
Nope.
Okay, then, do I have a motion then to approve ordinance 25-13, adopting a consolidated fee schedule for Roy City Services and provide an effective date?
So moved.
The correction on page
With-
4.
With the
With the
correction on
corrections of
page
page
four.
4, okay.
Thank you.
You said
So
that.
And if there's a typo, we don't have to worry about it, right? I can just tell you a typo later. We
Yes,
don't have
because
to-
that's not, yep.
Yeah, thank you, you got that. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Brittany?
You can't get me done.
Brittany?
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Scadden,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you,
And I do
council.
have one question I forgot to ask Michelle.
Wait a minute, we just approved
But
this.
it's okay, it's just a question. On the complex fees where it says like year membership, $190 plus $20 EFT, is that like electronic funds transfer, or what is that E EFT?
A year member, but pay monthly.
If it's monthly.
Just goes out of your account.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta be quick, Diane.
Yeah, so many pages to get through. I missed that one at the
Lot
end.
tonight. Okay. Council, we have a discussion item. I want to make this clear. This is solely a discussion item. It's a discussion that talks about reconsidering ordinance 25-2. Let me just walk you through the premise. You may have read this, may have not read this. I'll summarize and we can discuss. The city council can reconsider a motion, okay, or in this case, an ordinance that had occurred back in March. But there's certain restrictions in terms of being able to do that. And because these kinds of things tendency to be land use issues, normally what they do is they go through the planning commission and come back as another recommendation or recommendation. But if the city is willing, city council is ready to reconsider, they can ask for a motion to reconsider. And then there's certain restrictions that in order for it to be effective, and they can revisit a particular ordinance that was decided. So I wanted to make sure you understood that. The original request that came out of the Planning Commission to the City Council, as you remember, was a 12-story building. And we're specifically talking about the east side. So 1900 East Side, typically it would be from Riverdale Road, but it's a little bit more than that, then runs all the way down to 56 and a little bit further south. And that was considered to be the downtown east under the Chapter 13 chapter of our ordinance. Now, what came out of the conversation, as you remember, was a conversation that we said, well, we're not sure that 12 stories was really what we wanted. I want to give credit to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission created this in large part because two things that were happening. One, is that there was a good discussion that simply says, is footage height the best way for that ordinance to be written, or should it just be stories? And if you remember, we spent about a year and a half trying to get Chapter 13 through with lots of input, lots of information, and it was decided to simply put it at feet. And so we set it at feet, and that's how it went in. Shortly after that, in this particular ordinance 25-2, we elected maybe it's not such a bad idea to consider doing it stories. So story 1, story 3, whatever that height be. Up in this case, it was considered to be 12 stories. Some thought it was a little too high. In the conversation that we had, some felt that it's not appropriate. Both the Planning Commission, in terms of the data they have, as well as some conversation that took between us, they settled that says maybe 10 stories is more acceptable. And so the decision was made then to allow then 10 stories. Now, since that happened, and the reason why I want to bring this back to the discussion is that some residents basically felt, okay, and they certainly have a right to do this, to simply challenge that decision. And to the case where they're saying is, well, we're just not sure that's what we want our downtown to be. And you can certainly have 3 or 4 people ask that question and say, hey, I don't think this is the right decision. The council, they put a referendum together. That referendum generated 576 validated signatures, but if you read the package, there were actually 2 packets to that never got counted. I won't get any debate about why it didn't count it. That's a Weber County issue, but anyway, so there could very well be a lot more, but 2 of those packets were not counted in that 576. But we got a report back, and that report simply says that 576 people felt different. They thought that the 10 stories was too high. Now, I don't know about you, but if I had 576 people walk into that door and try to stand in this room, it would make a sizable impression in terms of me as a city council member in terms of what I decide I want to do. And I'm saying is, and the reason for this conversation, and I just want to make sure you understand where I'm coming from, is that I do not want the 576 people, and maybe more, that we're not listening to them, but at least consider them. Now, certainly they didn't get to the requirement of 4,888. That was the number they had to reach to get that on the ballot. But 576 plus is significant. And I just want to come back and just ask you, do we think that we want to have a reconsideration of 25-2? And I simply made a recommendation is to drop that height down from 8 stories in the first 100 feet and 10 stories, okay, from 100 feet back to the back of the lot, and drop that down to 6 stories and 8 stories from 100 feet back to the back of the lot. And why I thought that might be a conversation we should have, that particular number gets us pretty close to what the original Chapter 13 was. And if you remember back then, the original one was 60 feet and 80 feet. So if you're going to put something there by the Harmon's facility, okay, just to the south, you had to step back from the curb 100 feet, and we said no higher than 60 feet. And if you wanted something higher after that 100 feet back, you can go up to, and by the way, that distance is about 500 feet from curb to the back of the property. Then that last 400 feet, you can go to 80 feet. And so what I'm suggesting to would be, and you'll see this pretty well matches what was already and what come out of the recommendations we got with the other downtown areas, I was suggesting to you we consider then changing and lowering, okay, the height of those buildings. That's not to say that a developer who might have an interest still can come in and make a recommendation or development agreement to the council and say, hey, I'll consider something higher if it fits. All this says is if you're going to use the current Chapter 13, then the maxed height is going to be 8 stories and not 10. That's the opening of the conversation. I will tell you, remember when we started down this path, we were a little concerned, honestly, about what we were seeing happening in Clearfield. It was mentioned many times as we were working through Chapter 13. We didn't want to have the tunnel effect that Clearfield had. I've heard that over and over again. And so I just want to make sure that the original intent of Chapter 13, the thing that we worked a year and a half at, trying to find a solution and ultimately did, if in fact we try to retain that. So that's the discussion. I'm asking you, what do you think? And if at the end of the day you're saying is, hey, I'm okay with it, then no change. This is simply a discussion. Comments?
I believe that we do need to respect the citizens that went to the great effort to do the referendum. We hardly get 400 people even to fill out a survey. And we actually did have a survey done just 4 years ago, so that's pretty valid. And that survey and that information was considered validated from all the parameters. And we had, and I don't remember the exact number, I had quoted it before, but almost 70% of people did not want that type of height. They wanted less than 60 foot, as I recall. So I believe that if you take that information, which is quite recent, plus you take this current information, there is a limit to the extent that our citizens want development. Now, they certainly don't want high taxes, but from what I'm hearing from people, it is worth a little bit higher property tax for them to not have such high density and height on their downtown area. So I believe it would be very, probably, it would be amiss for us not to respect that and not to address it and not to, review that. One of the things that when we first did this change, we had a pretty impressive person from Zion Bank who does these sorts of evaluations, and his number one concern about having ground floor commercial and then apartments above it right next to the road was that those aren't going to be the kinds of businesses we want, that the citizens want. They want a nice restaurant, or it's kind of like right now, Wendy's doesn't want to be in the ground floor of a high department, so a lot of these businesses don't want to be underneath it. So we want a mix. I think the mixed use concept is nice, but we need to remember the realities of what type of business do we want. If we have ground floor businesses, it's going to indicate, it's going to lend us to what type of businesses are going to come there. And they're not what I'm hearing people say. They're not saying we want a lot of dry cleaners and we want a lot of, and there are a few restaurants, but that's usually in pretty high-end big cities, probably not in Roy, because they would just find another place to have their own building. So I believe that it definitely does need to be revisited. And thank you, Mayor, this was beautifully put out. And that tunnel effect is over and over for the entire time we've been working this, is brought to me, up to me over and over. So those are some of my thoughts.
Thank you. Other comments?
So when you look as an example, like the Royce as an example, is supposed to be a Class A rental apartment complex. That would take and draw those nice potential restaurants. And again, to say that we're not going to get a nice restaurant like in one of those down below is, again, it's
kind of a location thing,
Yeah,
as you
100%.
talk, as that guy from Zion's talked,
Sure.
and
But that's the thing is, you look at the next closest like Class A apartment complex or retail facility is Farmington Station. And so that's like the vision that some of these developers actually have. And that's honestly the vision that I would like to have, because I know how much my wife, when she goes down to Farmington Station, goes through and pays. I'm not saying we're getting a Farmington Station, but that's from a visionary perspective, what we're looking at. When we look along the 1900, corridor, we're not looking at a refurbishment. We are looking to take things down to, the floor and actually do redevelopment. And kudos to the individuals who went out and, gathered the signatures. It's not an easy task to go out and do anything of that nature. But again, this has gone through multiple iterations of the formal process. It went through the Planning Commission. They had public comment. It went to the city council. The referendum signature gatherers went through their formal process. And I believe with what we have taken and tried to paint in terms of a visionary perspective, with potentially, again, it's aspirational, not actual, of going up to 10 stories. There are still so many checks and balances within the planning process that somebody would have to go through in order to get something of that height and density. So again, I think there's still enough checks and balances that I realistically, if you drop a pin and you go out 30 miles, there hasn't been a 10-story building that's been taken and built in Weber, Davis, in the surrounding county. So I don't think we're getting that type of development that will be coming in. But again, it's one of those aspirational, not actual types of things that I think, again, went through a formal process. And I like I said, I don't see a necessary reason to reopen it.
Okay.
You know, when you talk about a formal process, though, one of the things I think you have to remember, and at least it took me by surprise, most people thought that they had no idea what text change meant. They had no idea, because really the notification was maybe at that spot and you walk into the city offices. And how many people walk into the city offices? And that's a pretty big deal to go from 80 feet to a possible 174 feet. And so, I mean, that's another issue hopefully at some point in time we can address to come up with, because when people said, if I would have had any idea, there was no notification, because in their mind, that was a zoning change. And then in official mind, it was a text change.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is from a notification perspective, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, we only had to notify any property owner that would have been impacted.
No, we didn't, did we?
Well,
I don't think we did.
No, it's noticed on the city's website.
Okay.
On our property, and then on the Utah Public Noticing Act, where you can subscribe to
emails and things
yes.
like that. Okay.
Yeah, and that, so I think that
Sure.
is another piece of the puzzle that people were taken
Just,
unawares
sure.
because it was a very shocking thing for them. And so now this is their only recourse to try to let us know, we are representing what our vision is, but we're also representing what is their vision as well.
Well, and to the mayor's point too, in his write-up, he even goes so far as to say, look, why don't we go through, and again, the intent and purpose of the formal process is to kind of just lay that foundation, but we're also going out and saying, we'll accept a development agreement. Mm-hmm. And so,
exactly.
And that's the thing is, I have a fundamental disagreement with development agreements, because that just gets into spot zoning. Why did we even put together a general plan? Why did we go through and do all this land use if all we're going to go out to the development community and say is bring us a development agreement, and if we like it, we'll let you build the next Empire State Building over by Harmon's, because that's effectively what a development agreement allows a developer to come in and do. And again, that's why I say 10 stories. There's still enough checks and balances in the system that I don't think we're going to be looking at any 10-story developments in the near future, but aspirationally, maybe down the road, that's the case.
Okay, and to your point, what we found through a lot of the research as we were working, for Royse City to get a sit-down restaurant like we've been asked to over the years, we require us to generate a destination. Yeah. And the evidence suggests there are two types. Put a theater downtown, which we used to have, or bring a hotel. And so the question would be is that if they brought a 10-story hotel downtown, would that be accommodating? I think a lot of the fear, and as always is, that says, well, I just don't want people downtown. I don't want to have apartments downtown. There's nothing in this provision, nothing in this that says that it has to be. Correct. They can propose anything, right, as long as it meets the standard of Chapter 13. So it's possible, they could come in and say, hey, I'd like to put a 5-story, 10-story, who knows what they want downtown. But the difference of this is that if it's in the zoning ordinance, and we just had a witness of this just a few minutes ago, there are 2 projects going on right now, or at least being worked, I heard, that will never come to the city council because they're compliant completely within the ordinance. Right. And they work directly with the planning commission. Okay, that's how it was designed. That's what we do. And so my comment was really about saying is, are you okay with 10 stories? And at the end of the day, you say, fine. We may never have a 10-story. Okay, we certainly haven't had it since Chapter 13 was approved, 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. Nobody's knocked on my door. Nobody's come to Matt and says, hey, we got this massive complex being planned. Bottom line is that it just isn't happening. I just want to make sure that if it did happen, you're okay with that. And as I stated, 576 people plus don't like that 10-story. And so I'm just asking you is if you think we're okay, we'll just let it run as a course, then this is a conversation. We'll do nothing. But if you say, hey, I'd like to reconsider and maybe 6 stories from the curb back 100 feet's okay, and 8 stories is in fact from 100 feet back to the 500 feet back is okay, then we need to come in and make that adjustment, and I'm saying we can do that through reconsideration of the ordinance. Now, if it's not, and you want to make it 2 stories or 1 story, I mean, the provision is they can build a 1 story. There's no restrictions. You're just setting a limit on how high it can be. But if you say, hey, we've come this far, Planning Commission wanted 12, we gave them 10, and you feel satisfied with that, then just give me a head nod and we'll take this off the plate and not deal with it. But I just want to make sure in this forum, in this conversation, to remind you that 576 people think we made a poor decision.
And I would just like to mention, we're still pursuing the possibility of doing a survey. We already negated the results we had from the previous survey. If we do end up doing a survey, and I do believe that question should be asked,
Okay.
and we get different information, then I do believe that we need to be obligated to readdress it and come with that, because, we are representing the citizens, and we just need to
Okay.
remember that.
Then if your recommendation is, and we hope to have that worked and done before the end of the year, then you can certainly go in next year with an idea that simply says, based on the survey results, we ought to reconsider, and just do it then. May have to go back through Planning Commission. They can certainly do that, but you can certainly take a pulse of that. And I'm open to anything you want to do. I just bring it to your attention that, in fact, unlike anything that we have ever done, okay, in terms of zoning, this one has created some interesting, okay, elements. And I want to make sure you're aware of those, and I suspect you are, and that you have some choices. And reconsideration of an ordinance, in fact, is a choice. Otherwise, you may say, hey, let's take a survey. Let's let that run its course. And if it looks like it's different, because I have received also emails, and I think somebody says, hey, build them. I'm getting tired of paying property tax increases. Build them up. And you can certainly go back and make some adjustments to Chapter 13 to accommodate whatever a survey comes back and tells you. I'm okay with that. What would you like to do? Sophie? Leave it as it is? Let's work the future? Or do you think we can take a shot at it now?
I'm going to say leave it as it is, look at a survey.
Give us some direction. Randy?
Is there a time limit by chance, Matt Wilson, so if we have a survey and several months later we say, we really do need to look at this again, we could still do it without reinventing everything, or how would that work?
Yeah, there's a motion to rescind and a motion to amend.
We
Yeah,
could
no.
actually do a motion to amend, and then after we get the survey results back, we could amend to, if that's what the general public is, but.
Yeah.
It just requires, and Matt can define this clearer, it does require that all of you, has to be at least 5 members, because the original decision was made by 5 members.
Yes,
And then
that is correct.
Matt indicated that all the members who vote have to do it unanimously.
Okay, Brian, what do you keep trying to say?
Thank you, truly. Before we take a straw vote, I just want to share what I shared with Matt earlier today. I live in the southeast corner pocket of this city. I would venture to guess that I'm the only one that lives in that southeast corner pocket of this city. You guys put a 10-story apartment complex on that piece of property that we're discussing, you will choke, literally choke, the traffic that needs to move along 1900. I go to 1900 every day by way of 5700 South. I try to make a left on 1900. If I'm the second car at the light, I'm not going to make it.
I know.
Because the backup is all the way to the Sunset border. I'm telling you, it's going to not only choke the traffic, but it's going to end up choking our very lifeblood of the corridor that we are trying to create. If people can't move, they're not going to pull into Wendy's and get a Frosty. They're just not, out of fear that they won't be able to get back out of Wendy's to move down the road. I voted against it last time. I'm for rescinding it. I think that's the least we can do. Let's let people come and talk to us at it. I think by saying, no, we don't want to hear from you, then you know what? Put that sign on the city hall door. And that's how I feel. Because I deal with that every day. And Matt asked me the fair question, hey, once 56 is done, won't that change things? Yeah, it'll change things for the traffic moving east and west, but it'll change nothing for the north and south.
Well, I think once the freeway, though, is done, I think a lot of people take the exit before they get to the Roy exit and go on 1900 because it's such a mess.
And don't forget, they're moving the Hill Air Force Base gate as well. There's a huge, again, if you're going on I-15 now, you're going to have multiple entrances.
And that property that we were talking about, there's never going to go a 10-story building there.
Again,
it wouldn't sustain it. I talked to the fire department. They already, nothing that tall could
and
ever
I understand
be there.
all that,
And with the
but why-
flight and the airplanes and the ground and
You know
nothing
what?
10
Like I
stories
said,
is going to ever go there.
I don't have video.
Right.
I should have taken it.
Right.
I'm sorry
No,
I didn't.
hey, I come out of Bank Utah and I couldn't get through there, Brian. Luckily no one was behind me because no one would go through the light. I backed up and went down to 2200 just to get across. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I try to go everywhere before 3 o'clock.
Right. Well, and again,
Because
what
of
I
1900,
what I was
so.
talking about from a checks and balances perspective, and to your point, Brian, there would be no way that where you're talking a 10-story building could go because there's mandatory parking requirements for however many units are within that. So
yeah, but I
Well,
don't
and the ground
want a
don't
9
sustain that.
or an
The
8
only-
or a 7.
Right.
That thing should be cut almost in half.
Right. Well, we don't have anything proposed to go there anyway at this moment. And so, but I think if anything was ever going to be 10 stories, which I'll probably be dead before anything's proposed to go along there, it would be against the freeway, back where, who cares? It's back against the freeway, where Dilly Dallies used to be, back there. But, you know, those people that own that property, they haven't brought anything, and I don't know when for sure, maybe not in my lifetime, anything will be built there, but nothing is going to be 10 stories right next to 1900.
Okay. Well, let me help this. Recognizing you have passion, can I assume that you're
I'm on a losing streak.
No. You're favorable to let a survey give you some direction. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I would do that.
Okay, I like it. Diane, what'd you want? You okay?
I'm wondering if we're sure we're not going to have 10 stories, then why in the world wouldn't we revisit it and try to make something so that way we're respecting the input we have from our citizens and we're trying to be a little more realistic. I'm just wondering if we're sure that's not going to happen, then let's kind of help both sides. We have some sides that really want and some sides that would like a balance. And so where's that happy medium? I think by revisiting it, we can have a happy medium. So I believe it should be revisited.
Well, it will be if, in fact, we wait until a survey result
But
comes
we could do
out.
it now, too.
Well, you can do it now, but I'm not so sure at this moment you're going to get the votes.
Right.
So my
I
intent.
would be okay with waiting for a survey to come back
Okay.
and see, you know.
Okay, then here's the direction in terms of this discussion. We already got plans for a survey. Certainly would be a series of questions. Adding to that, you certainly may want to make sure that you look at the survey as opportunities to ask questions even beyond what we just talked about. It can't necessarily be restricted to this. It needs to be more comprehensive. So try to look at things as it comes around. I sent you the old one and asked you to look through those questions and provide feedback to Matt. Take a look at that before we push the button and we start that in motion, okay? Because it's important that, and we're asking the right questions. So the discussion, I think, is clear. But just for the record, the ordinance 25-2 as written stays as written until the council or the planning commission makes a recommendation to change it. Okay?
And I think you got a good reminder. We do need to get those surveys. We need to look at those questions and we need to get them back to Matt, because if we don't do that soon, then we will not be able to get information promptly. So now that we've gotten through this night, hopefully we can take that survey and look at it.
We'll get it together, and I sent you the information, just to feed that information to Matt to collect it. Matt, let's go ahead and we'll do the city manager and council report.
Keep it brief. Okay, I'll try my best. 6,000 South roundabout, you probably know that has started, so the road is closed for 60 days. 6,000 South on June 30th to August 1st. The railroad would like to close it because they need to do some repairs. Or July 1st, sorry. 2 days.
Okay, I was like, dang.
What? When?
Okay.
My notes are bad. Sorry, guys.
But 2 days.
Just
They
for
want
2 days.
2 days.
They're closing it down. Public
Wh-
safety
which
is aware
one?
of that.
Which one?
The railroad crossing at 6,000 South.
Oh.
That's going to create a little bit of an issue because you have the roundabout closed down below at 20 or at
3100.
and then also the railroad tracks for 2 days, not a month and a day.
So
For 2
people will
days
be able to
it'll
get to their
closed.
houses on 2700.
They'll have to go either through the Sunset Way or they can come over through 27 and get over there. So.
Yep.
And then also, please remember Concert in the Park this Thursday at 7 p.m. Also, I wanted to, the mayor did talk a little bit about this in our last city council meeting. Utah Transportation Commission is going to be here at Roy City on June 26th and 27th. June 26th is going to be 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And then June 27th, commission meeting will be 8:30 a.m. to noon.
Yep.
So, and then also, as we've discussed tonight with the Truth and Taxation hearing, that will be held on the second meeting in August. So that is August 19th. Please make yourselves available for that. That will be the only thing on the city council agenda for that night per state statute. Also, the meeting time needs to be changed to 6 p.m. and not 5:30 as per state statute.
Yeah,
So
that's
all I
great.
have.
Great point. Okay, council, anything else? Anything you want done? Anything you think it's important?
Just one thing, I went to the pool this last couple weeks, a couple of times, and your lifeguards are doing a fabulous job, and they're so courteous, and they're so young, and they do such a good job. Yes.
Great comment, thank you. Okay, council, we do have a RDA board meeting right after this, so what I'd like to do then is have a motion to adjourn this city council meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. We are now adjourned from this meeting. Take about 4 or 5 minutes if you don't mind, and let's come back and we'll get into our RDA board meeting. And Matt's going to carry the conversation. So council,
Go, Matt.
just want to welcome you here and all the residents and audience that we have to the Royce City RDA Board meeting for June 17th, 2025. The time is now 9:30, well, it's actually 9:29. I want to recognize and welcome that we have Board Member Paul, Board Member Scadden, Board Member Wilson, Board Member Jackson, and Board Member Saxton with us today. We do have one consent item, and those are, and check the date of those minutes. Those minutes are back into June 18th of 2024, so almost literally a year from today. With that, do you have any comments or questions relative to those minutes before I go for a motion to approve?
I was wondering, Matt Wilson, is it appropriate for me to vote if I am not part of the board member there? I mean, certainly I can look at the, the YouTube for the minutes and all that kind of stuff, but I just wanted to know what would be appropriate.
Sorry.
For these minutes,
Oh.
do I
Yeah, 'cause
vote?
she wasn't
where-
on the
where I
Who wasn't on
council.
at the time?
Does that matter?
Does
Yeah.
Does it matter? Is
Okay.
it? Yeah, I would just abstain from them unless you've watched you're like if you believe they're accurate and you've watched it, that's fine, but otherwise you could just abstain.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. The only questions I really have, and Matt, we just need to give validation of this. Within the minutes, and interesting enough, I made the statement, but I don't make the statement without doing my history. But the bottom line is that was a year ago, so I've learned a lot of history since then. It specifically says that the Wasatch Executive Part will close out in 2026, and it says the city center will close out in 2027. That means they sunset in both of the sources of funding to the RDA. Is that pretty accurate?
Accurate, yeah.
Okay, is it the beginning of 2026, or is it?
I've always heard at the end of 2026, end
okay.
of 2027.
Okay, so the end of 2026, which is next year, and the year after, the end of 2027, both of those will be done unless there's some changes to create revenue. So just recognize, council, that's something you need to consider if we're going to find ways by which to keep the RDA board financed. Therefore, do I have a motion then to approve the consent items?
So moved.
Okay, Randy, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'll count 4 of the 5. 0 opposing it, but 1 abstained. Is that how you want to count that one? Okay, perfect. We need to go into a public hearing for consideration approving the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. And with that, Matt, if you'd like to kind of introduce us then to this budget, and then we'll go for a public hearing motion.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So tonight before you, you have the budget, the RDA budget. There's not many changes from last year. As the chairman was just talking, there's 2, I want to say Mary, that's what it was, Mayor, that's what was kind of fumbling me, but there's 2 different RDAs that we're collecting revenue on right now, and both are due to sunset. We do have the one that is the Southeast Community Reinvestment Project area that has yet to be triggered. We have got participation from the taxing agencies, but we're just waiting for that project. None of that funding is actually in the budget, so if we ever do something or anything ever triggers, we would have to readdress that budget issue here. The mayor did ask me a couple of questions. One was regarding sunset dates, and then the other one was in regards to property tax increment from other government agencies. All that means is that's the portion coming from Weber School District, from Weber County, and then Royce City tax increment is what Royce City will get. Kind of with that to be said, not to drag this on, but once that sunsets, those taxing agencies get that revenue that's going to the RDA, meaning Royce City would get the $64,000, $64,500, and the other taxing agencies would get that $350,000.
Yep.
So anyway, yes, we would recommend receiving public input and adopting the budget.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a motion then to go into a public hearing.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Diane. Okay. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, we're in a public hearing. Okay. I don't see any public to hear. So with that, I'll take a motion then to go out of public hearing.
So moved.
Okay, Randy, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophie. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, we're out of a public hearing. Board discussion. Any comments, questions relative to this board or this proposed budget?
So when we sunset, then we'll have capped our potential and we don't have the development that we'd hoped for. Is there any way to open up something new to reinvigorate that option?
So the area that's going to sunset that has the majority of funds coming in is actually I-Omega. And so if we wanted to, the money that we collect should be going over to that area. So we would have to go through the process to get any additional funding for that area over there. Just likewise, if we decide to do something on the west side of the or over here downtown, we would have to go through the taxing agencies. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
So if it looked like we were going to do some sort of major renovation or changes there, we may want to consider it, but at this point in time, probably no reason to do it because there wouldn't be a significant change. Okay.
I mean, there is reserves, estimated fund balance is 1.7 million. A lot of that money is actually tied up in RDA number 2, which is I-Omega. If something did come up, you could choose to use that funding for that purpose over in RDA number 2. And that would provide quite a cushion over there right before you go to the taxing agencies.
Yeah, the challenge was going to be is that the city draws administrative funds off of that. And I think the last numbers I've seen is $300,000 or $400,000 a year will be bleeded off just to maintain the administrative part of the RDA that is still running. And so the real point of me putting that on the table for conversation was only the idea that once this revenue source stops, you maybe have a couple of years of funding just to keep the administrative, but pretty soon it will just die. And die in light of just because there's no project funding it. And it would take some type of a tax increment funding project, which we've run through. We had some conversations about that to reinstate and generate more revenue over a 20-year period. So just be cautious that certainly there's an argument to say we got to push harder to find development so that we can drive in the RDA and use funding from the RDA to make improvements in preparation. And it may very well be the improvements would be as we would say, yes, we're ready for a development in this particular area. We'll do it under a TIF, but we'll use RDF funds to basically clear the ground. And we'll just knock those buildings down. If, in fact, you bring this project in, which will generate more revenue through tax increment. And if that's the case, you can take that $1.7 million and do something with it that the RDA board allows you to do. And then that helps perpetuate, new development that may come about, And you got a lot more variety under the RDA board than you ever will have on the city council of what you can do legally. So we need to put some emphasis. Important that we basically keep driving to try to get developments downtown or in these RDA zones or CRA zones so we can start to keep the RDA board and the RDA process alive.
So if we have like those lots still down on Midland Drive or 3500, just on the other side of the auto store, and we have like 6 lots down there still, you said, Matt? Can that?
There was, I believe, if I remember correctly, there was a total of 6 lots, and 3 of them were taken, I believe.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Taco times
I mean, I
7,
wish we
11,
could get, like Jack in the Box or something down there. I mean, what a perfect location for something like that down there. So, I mean, Chick-fil-A, but that's not it. They like things like, I don't know. It would be a gold mine if a Chick-fil-A went down anywhere down there west. So.
Well, you can certainly, we can have a conversation that creates another zone, another area. That area may not necessarily currently be in there, but certainly we create it. And then if you're willing to basically, you know, RDA board says, I'm going to buy this acre lot, I'm going to spend RDA funds to buy it. And technically, if you had a Chick-fil-A walk in that says, I'd like to put something there, you could gift that land to them for no cost. I mean, the RDA board has a lot of flexibility in what you can do or not do with that funding, as long as it's focused in terms of some element of economic development, so, or redevelopment. So you know, we can certainly explore options. I certainly would like to try to do something. My only concern would be if we don't do something soon, we're going to dry up.
Yeah, because that's just really hot property right down there. They're just building, and then now they're building the Panda Express down next to the West Side Pizza and that Burley Burger, you know, so West Haven's getting that, but just right next to that auto parts store, there's just that property right there. Because we did at least get the Starbucks and Del Taco, but that's just a prime spot for something right there, so.
It's going to have a lot more traffic, and businesses love traffic, so. Okay, good comments. Anything else, any other comments you'd like to make?
I'm gonna go take out my iOmega zip drive when I get home and put some data on it just for, you know, old time's sake, because, you know, that brought back the feels. Anyway, sorry.
Okay. And I don't know where that conversation went, but we appreciate the input.
iOmega. They used to have the fastest internet connection in Roy, but now everybody has faster internet connections on your phone.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. Let's go.
Okay. Well, with that then, council, do I have a motion to approve resolution, sorry, board members, do I have a motion then to approve resolution 25-8?
So moved.
Consideration of 25-1.
Oh.
I got to remember this is a new year, this first time. Man, I put 8, where'd I get that 8 from? It's resolution 25-1.
So moved.
Okay, Randy, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and, okay, this is a roll call vote. Brittany?
Board Member Paul.
Aye.
Board Member Wilson.
Aye.
Board Member Scadden.
Aye.
Board Member Saxton.
Aye.
Board Member Jackson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That's approval of resolution 25-1. Do I have a motion now to adjourn from our RDA board meeting?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. We are adjourned. Thank you. Long night. And Randy's buying donuts.
I'm buying everybody donuts. What are we doing? Who has good donuts?